Hello, my gorgeous friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. If we've never met before, my name's Stuart Hillard. I've not been here for, I think it's 3 weeks. So it feels like for me certainly, a very exciting return to the fold, to the family. So good morning to you. I hope you're well on this beautiful day of the mushroom. Yes, you heard it here first. It is International Day of the Mushroom. It's also Librarians Day, and all sorts of other things. But more importantly, possibly, it's Janet Clare's second birthday on Sewing Street, which I'm super excited about. Anyway, welcome to the show. Let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Now, our early bird today is one of my favourites. It's Bozel batting tape. Let me show you. So I talk a lot about use your scraps, use what's in your stash, see what you've got, and I love that. But our stash also includes lots of bits of wadding, and I think oftentimes we haven't got a big enough piece of wadding, so we just buy some more. Well, you don't always need to do that if you've got batting tape. So it looks like this, okay? It's a roll, and you get 9 meters on the roll, just over 9 meters, and it's almost like, I suppose in a way it looks a little bit like net curtain, doesn't it? It's sort of thin, sort of almost see-through, and it has a glue on one side, a heat-activated glue on one side. So this is what you do. You grab your bits of batting, and these could be long strips. You know when you trim the edges off your quilt, maybe this is where you've bought a 90-inch wide quilt batting, but your wall hanging is 60 inches wide, so you've got a 30-inch strip. Well, if you're not making a table run, you're making a quilt, you can still use that. So get your 2 pieces of batting that you want to join, and what I like to do is I layer them on top, like that. So how are you going to join them? But overlapping by about 1 inch. And then I'll use my rotary cutter to cut just very gently, curved line. Yeah, can you see that? Just a very gentle curved line. Remove these little bits. Those bits you will need to, well, you don't necessarily have to throw them away. You can use them for stuffing. And now you've got a beautiful join. Okay, having it on a slight curve really, really helps when you're putting the pieces together. Then what you'll do is you'll lay your batting tape over the top, like this, all right, so that it's covering the surface. And I'm just going to trim that off with my rotary cutter. Now then, you iron this in place. I like to use a pressing cloth. Because you can have your iron on a low setting to do this, but if you use a pressing cloth, you can leave it on your regular setting. Now, I press batting all the time. I know a lot of people sort of, try and keep their iron away from their batting, but you can use a low setting. Pop that on top, and I'm just going to put my pressing cloth over the surface. We haven't talked about the price yet. $10.99. Not today. Not today. This is how to use up all your scraps of batting. $8.99. That's a £2 saving. Now, this is the kind of thing you want to get and stash. Stash this. And that is now joined. And look, it's seamless, smooth. There's no bump. There's no ridge. It's completely seamless. Completely disguised, you wouldn't see that. So if I lay fabric over the top, yeah, so this is now a whole piece of batting. So you can make a Franken batting, as I call it. So you can piece all your bits of batting together in chunks, in strips, and then when you've got your big piece put together, a second big piece, you can join those 2 pieces together. So you might well, in a bag shoved in the back of the cupboard, you might have enough batting scraps there to make a queen-sized batting. It's for free. For free. For the price of a roll of batting tape, £8.99. You could use all those scraps of batting up and actually get them in a quilt and use them instead of them clogging up your cupboard, clogging up your space, and also costing you money because you're having to buy a new batting. It's also a way that, for example, you might buy half a metre of our batting. So, for example, most of our battings are 90 or 108 inches wide. Now, you might need a 38-inch square of batting, okay, for a quilt. Now, you would have to buy a metre of our batting in order to get that in one piece, which perhaps is going to cost you £15–16. But actually, you've got enough batting in half a metre, but it's one long thin strip. Cut it in half, join it. Now you've got your 40-inch square, 45-inch square of batting from half a metre instead of buying 1 metre. Do you see how it just makes sense? It makes sense. You're saving £2, it's £8.99 today. I would buy a couple of these and stash them. Morning, Stuart, we missed you, says Julie in Flintshire. Thank you, Julie, I've missed you too. I've really missed being here. Charlie said to me yesterday, are you excited about being away from me? I said, Charlie, I am. I am. Terry's got in touch. I have this tape. It's amazing as I get to use up my little bits and bobs. So I get very little waste, Terry, in a nutshell. In a nutshell. You know, it's all those little thin strips. You know, I always say add an extra bit of batting all the way around for handing. Even those bits you can use. Everyone's on the phone line. Everyone's multi-ordering. I think £8.99 a roll. You get 9.1 metres. Grab yourself a couple of these. Save £4 if you buy 2. It takes up no room. It's there when you need it. And it's an absolute boon. I use this actually sort of really got me out of trouble once. I was making a quilt and on a long arm, you know, it's all loaded on the frame. And I was getting towards the last bit. And when I got there, my batting was this much too short. And I'd quilted the whole quilt. Well, of course, it wasn't a problem. I cut a strip of batting, lay it on top, put my Bozel batting tape on and just ironed it in situ and then carried on quilting and it was done. I mean, but if I hadn't had this in my stash, I'd have been probably in tears. Seriously, I'd have probably been in tears. But also, what a budget-friendly tool to have in your stash. If you're bag making and you want to use up even your smallest bits, you can join them together with your Bozel tape. It takes a few seconds. You saw how quickly that fused together and then it's ready to go. So glad to have you back. You make my day. Missed you. Oh, Jean. That one's for you, Jean. That one's for you. A message from Joy. Good morning, Stuart. Just bought the tape. Normally, I sew pieces together. That's Joe from a dull Peterborough. Now, Joy's right. So the traditional way is that you would butt the pieces together and you would do a sort of like a feather stitch across the seam, which you can, and it creates, again, a flat join, but it will pull apart. This is so much easier, it's so much quicker, it's so durable. And also, you could never replicate the number of stitches that it would take to hold this together so completely. Joy, you'll love it. Hi, Stuart, good to see you. Was wondering when you were coming back. Happy to see you, Linda in Devon. The reason why, I'll tell you why, Linda. I am working on my next book. This is for next year now. I've got one this year, but one next year. And what I'm doing is, the guys here are being very kind to me and letting me have kind of lots of my hours all in a chunk so that I've got, you know, solid time at home just to keep working. And so I'm sewing every day. What a terrible life I have. I have to do sewing again. I'm sorry. And of course, we've been lambing as well, which I know lots of you have seen. The lambs are amazing, so full of energy. We've got 3 now who just like a bottle of milk. They don't need it, but they just like them. So there you go. There you go. But it is lovely to be back. It's lovely to be back. Thanks for all the messages. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Pat says, good morning, lovely from Blackpool. Jan says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Anne says, morning, Stuart. Great to see you. You have been missed. Bless you, my darling. Lynn's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. What a brilliant way to use the seam tape. I've used it in the past, but never cut the wadding using your method. I will be in the future. Thanks, Lynn. It's just that very gentle curve, very, very gentle curve, but it's just easier to get your pieces together. And I think as well, it sort of disguises the join as well. But I mean, whatever works for you. Great stuff, absolutely great stuff. Durable, washable, easy to use. It's like less than £1 a metre for the seam tape. And the thing is, it's what it does. It turns essentially kind of useless waste. I know we could get it out and stitch it together, but we don't. That's the truth. We don't, most of us. But it gets that useless stuff out the cupboard. We use it. We're saving money. Wendy says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. Thank you, my darling. Thank you. It's so good to be back. Bernadette's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Good to see you. So good to see you back. Thank you, lovely. Thank you, lovely. It's been such a brilliant start to the day. Would you like to know what's coming up? One more message. Morning, Stuart. Great to see you back. Lovely sunny day. It boosts one's spirits. Heather, we had breakfast in the garden on Saturday, and I tell you, I felt like I was on holiday. It gave me such a boost. Beautiful, beautiful. Hope it's sunny where you are. Right, let's see what the menu says. Is it going to be a sunny day? I think so. We're starting off in New Mexico. Well, that's pretty sunny, right? New Mexico and Santorini. We have quilt kits for one of my most popular designs I've ever done. This is the New Mexico original colorway. We've also got the Santorini colorway. There it is, all in those beautiful blues. And just show you as well, you can hang this quilt either way. Gives a little bit of a different look. Very nice. So we've got kits for that. I've also got an amazing sewing machine in that hour. Now at 9 o'clock, I've got to go. Wait a minute. I'm coming. Look at this. This is brand new from Janet Clare. Oh my goodness me. This is the launch of Bluebell. We've been waiting so long for Janet's new fabric range with Moda. This is Moda, and this is the brand new fabric range from Janet Clare. It's called Bluebell. It's based on her experiments with cyanotype printing and fabric dyeing. So clever. These fabrics are amazing. They're digitally printed. The fabric that they're printed on is so silky, beautiful quality cotton. Amazing. Now, we've got this quilt kit coming up at 9 o'clock. I've also got 5-inch charms, 2.5-inch mini charms, and all of the fabrics, all 24 by the half metre, including a mega bundle. It's going to be such a busy hour. I think if you're loving this, and I'm loving this, jump onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com, shop ahead, and then sit back, relax. Janet's got her sketchbook, she's got her samples. Just enjoy the show. But get your order in now. Right, come on back with me. Come on. Right, so then moving on at 10 o'clock, Susie Duncan's here too. It's an absolute bean feast with the Scalloped Bag. I'm in love with this bag. It's fun, it's frivolous, it's a little bit mermaidy. Look at that in Liberty. How cute. Just fun, quirky, I mean, just awesome. Absolutely awesome. So that's at 10, brand new from Suzie Duncan. At 11 o'clock, we've got the Trinket quilt with Janet Clare. We've got 2 different colorways. We've got some patterns from her as well. And then at 12 o'clock, Susie's back with the Tulip bag. This launch, isn't that cute? And also the Pebble bag. Love that too. We've got loads of lovely fabric bundles as well. Smattered through. Is smattered a word? A smattering, yes, throughout the morning. So, I mean, we've got everything to stick around for. Right, now, do please get in touch with us, because otherwise we feel all lonely. And when I say we, I mean me. Message the studio, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can contact us through Facebook. Lots of you do. We love that. Linda says, morning, Stuart. Is this tape okay on just on one side? Should I put it on the reverse as well? You can put it on the reverse. Sometimes I do. Mostly I don't. It's fine. It's going to be quilted. It holds it together. You really don't need to. One side is fine. Ruth says, hello, Stuart. Lovely to see you. So chirpy. It won't last. No, it will. It will. It will. Steph's got in touch to say durable, washable, easy to use. Stuart, that's you. Morning, lovey. Great to see you back. It's lovely to be back. Durable. Laurie says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you back. Have a great day. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Kisses to everybody. Right. You can also go to our website, www.sewistry.com. You can shop there, you can use the app, you can use our customer service centre. It's UK based, it's here in Redditch, 0800 001 4433. So many different ways to shop. Here's the website, click on watch live. There, oh, it's load, there we go, there we go. You can message us there, you can scroll down and you can shop so easily. Super easy to shop. There's that batting tape. It's our early bird today. There's the New Mexico. We're whizzing through. We've got backing oh, look, Tim Holtz Expedition, that gorgeous map fabric. We've got that fabulous sewing machine going lower today. We've got Bozel products. We've got all sorts of gorgeous, wonderful stuff. With a rainbow bundle. Look, Bluebell. It's Bluebell. Look at these prints. How beautiful. The turquoisey tealy blues, they are so beautiful. I could use this fabric forever. Love it. There's the Flora quilt pattern. I've just shown you the quilt. There is a kit to make that quilt if you want. There's a mega bundle of all 24 fabrics. You make a £14 saving from buying from us today. We've got charm packs. Look at that 2.5-inch mini charm, £7.99. You know, so many different ways to get involved. You could use that, a metre of navy, make yourself a little bag. Fabulous. Fabulous. We've got loads of lovely fabric bundles. Look at that, Melody Miller, Camellia Fat Quarter Pack, $14.98. I mean, just fabulous. Just fabulous. There's the Trinket quilt. We've got a dark and a light colourway. We've got a field guide from Janet Clare, one of her gorgeous books. Janet and I went for afternoon tea the other day. Well, I say afternoon tea. We met up in London. We went to the Bieber exhibition at the Fashion and Textiles Museum, which was gorgeous. And then we went for Indian High Chai at the Dilly in Mayfair, which was so posh. Far too good for us, the likes of us. But we had such a lovely time. And the staff and the chef at Madhu at the Dilly were just wonderful. If you're in London, go and have afternoon tea at the Dilly. It is amazing. Absolutely. It was so lovely. And even if you don't like spicy food, it isn't spicy, but it's sort of Indian style and themed. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Right, keep going through for your early bird today. It's our Bozel seam batting tape. This is unglamorous. It's behind the scenes, but oh my goodness me, you will bless the day you got this and tried it, because it turns those useless scraps of batting into proper usable batting that you could use for bags, for runners, for a whole king-size quilt. Okay, you can tape together pieces and do a Franken batting. And you turn what you thought was useless into something super, super useful. And it won't take you long at all. Right, let's crack on. Let's crack on. New Mexico. New Mexico. Now, this quilt hanging behind me, I've done 2 versions of this now because I'm obsessed with it. I love it. And, well, this was, the colours were actually created by our lovely producer, Ben. I asked him to create a colourway for me for a quilt because he's really good with colour. And we've got very few of these quilt kits left. If you want to get one of these quilt kits, and I was talking actually to a lovely lady on Facebook the other day who's bought 2 of these quilt kits, and she's going to make a big bed quilt. So great way of doing it. So this is all done in solids, and I think this really shows the power of solid fabric. You get that drama, you get that gorgeous crispness, this lovely warmth, and I think the combination of rusts and oranges and browns and golds with those beautiful blues just brings a sense of New Mexico, the sort of Midwest, the kind of, I don't know, it's that kind of gorgeous, spicy warmth. Strikingly modern, but also, I mean, very traditional. Sometimes it's just like that, isn't it? $64.99, would you believe, is the price for the whole kit. You get the pattern, you get all of the fabrics for the top and the binding. It's an easy quilt to make. It's based around, let me grab my pattern. It's based around half square triangles and squares and strips. So it is not foundation pieced in terms of all the blocks. It's regular piecing. I recommend you make your half square triangles a tiny bit bigger and then trim them back. That's the best way to get easy accuracy, okay? So if you were going to do that, let me just show you very quickly. I've got a couple of quick demos for this. So if you are going to do them slightly bigger, so for example, if you want 4-inch finished half square triangles, our normal route would be 4 7/8 of an inch squares, which you will then trim back. Now I'm going to have to remove this ribbon because it's right where I want to cut. So sorry, whoever threaded that ribbon through it. It looks pretty, but it makes it useless. Right, so I'm going to, instead of cutting 4 7/8, I'm going to cut a 5-inch square. So all I've added is 1/8 of an inch to my normal size. I don't know why I moved the whole mat around instead of spinning it. Half asleep. Right, so there we go. All right, so there's my square. Now, you can mark a diagonal line and then sew 1/4 of an inch either side. But if you want to get rid of one step and speed the process up, just cut straight down the middle and piece triangles together. I mean, I know it's controversial, but why not? Why not just sew triangles together? Now then, I need the quilting stitch, which is stitch 29. Oh, gone too far. I'm using the new brother. Oh, this is amazing, the NV270. Just beautiful, a beautiful sewing machine, but also an amazing embroidery machine. Right, let's just sew these up quickly. So rather than sewing either side of a drawn line, I'm just going to piece these regularly. I'll do 2. Got 2 cut. There we go. There we go. Right, now I'm just going to set my seam. So setting the seam just helps to bed the stitches down into the fabric. Dark fabric on top, flip. I like to crease with my fingernail first of all, just to tell the fabric what I want it to do. There we go. And then I'm going to get in there with my iron and press again in the direction that I've sewn the seam. So rather than going against, which is how you kind of bend and curve your lovely straight seams, just go in the direction. Seem to be picking everything up, bit of static. There we go. Right, now once you've pressed your blocks, you can trim them down. And I'll do that very quickly. So remember, I want 4-inch finished, so I'm going to trim these down to 4.5 inches. Now I'm using my square up ruler, and this is rather super because it's got a 1-inch side, and then it's got a 1.5-inch side. So I've got my extra 1/2 inch, which makes it easy. Line up the diagonal along your piecing line. Trim, you can see it slithers. It's only a tiny little bit that I'm trimming off, but it's enough to square the whole thing up. I'll spin that around. I'll turn my ruler around rather, and I'm going to line up the 4.5 inch. And again, it is literally a slither, but now beautiful, accurate, perfect square. And the joy actually of doing this is that when you come to sew your blocks together, everything is the right size and shape, just as it's meant to be. It's not almost there with a bit of wiggling and a bit of pinning. They literally just go together with so much ease. And yes, it's an extra process, but it's worth it. Okay, so a bit of piecing large and trimming back, and there we go, perfect every time. Now the other thing with this quilt, all of the blocks are made with regular piecing, okay, but the triangles round the outside are foundation pieced. So these ones here and in the corners, they are foundation pieced. Easy, 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 easy to do. Let me show you. So I've got my foundation. Everything's full size in the pattern. Everything's full size. Okay, print them off. If you don't have a printer, I don't have a printer at home, I just traced them off. I lay pieces of paper over the top, and I just used a pencil and a ruler, and I just drew them. You don't need many, it doesn't take long. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm just roughly cutting this out. Not exactly, not on the lines, just roughly, just to make it a little bit smaller and easier to handle. Now you can see on the foundation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 pieces. They're all strips of fabric. So easy to cut, easy to sew. So I've got, I'm just going to quickly cut a little bit of fabric. So we'll have navy down the centre, and then we're going to have white either side. So I do give some dimensions in the pattern, but the great thing about foundation piecing is that you just need the pieces to be a bit bigger than you need them to be. So I'm just going to cut out some rough strips, okay? Right, so piece number 1, your fabrics go on the back, the plain side, and because you're using solids, you don't have to worry about, is this the right way up? You can just lay them down. Okay, I'm just going to reach for a pin. There we go. So pin that first fabric in place. And then I'm going to use the edge of the pattern against seam number 1, fold that fabric out of the way, and then I'm just going to trim my fabric down to 1/4 inch. So I'm using a regular ruler here. If you've got an add a quarter ruler, you can use that. But if you've got a regular ruler, that works just as well. I'm going to do the same on the other side of that fabric strip. So the line between piece 1 and 2. Lay that down, flip the paper back, 1/4 inch. So I'm just making slight adjustments, and now we can get to the sewing. So I'm going to add piece number 2, right sides together, sewing from the front. I'm going to reduce my stitch length down. I have not used this machine before. Never mind. Right. Okay, so you want to use a slightly shorter stitch length. and then you're going to sew directly on the line, right across the seam allowance as well. Okay, flip your fabric back, open it up, finger press. I'm going to do exactly the same on this side, right sides together, sew on the paper side, right through the seam allowance, directly on the line, and trim. Press it back. Okay, I've got my first two pieces. I can get rid of that pin now. And then I'm going to repeat the process. So pop the pattern on top, or you can use a postcard. You can see I was quite generous with my fabric, but that's okay. You get plenty in the kit for $64.99. I can trim both sides. This pattern's completely symmetrical. You can work one way or you can do either side like I am, however you want to play it. Now the next colour that I'm going to use is the orange. So I've got some orange fabric here. Really bright, really vibrant. Let's cut a strip. And actually I'm just going to use one strip here. And I'll show you what I often do when I'm foundation piecing is I'll leave the tail hanging off like that. I'm going to run this through. So now I'm stitching between number 2 and number 4. Right through the seam allowances again. Flip it back and press it. And now what I'm going to do is trim off the bottom, and now I've got my strip for the other side. So it's a way of being really economical with your fabrics without having to cut everything to the right size and shape. So again, sew on the other side. Make sure you're using that shorter stitch length. About 1.8 is good for this, and it will make removing the paper a lot easier. So now I've done two sides. Same process as before. Pattern on top. Fold it back. Trim to 1/4 inch. Do it on both sides. And then I'll add my white strip and my last coloured strip, and you just keep going until you've completed all 9 pieces. And then once everything's done, you can give it a little press, and then the last step is to take your rotary cutter, and you see those dotted lines? You're just going to line your rotary cutter up on those. You're going to trim on the dotted line all the way around. And, whoops. And then what you'll end up with is your foundation. The right size, the right shape, and that then fits in this bit right here is the corner of the quilt. And it's just a nice, so easy. If you've never done foundation piecing before, don't sweat this. It's easy. It's simple. It's probably the easiest foundation piecing you'll ever do. Now, the original kit for New Mexico, we have a very limited quantity left on this. It's $64.99. The quilt itself is square. It is 57 inches square, so perfect for topping a bed, great over the back of a sofa, great on the wall. $64.99 for the pattern and all of the fabrics for the top and the binding. Now, if you want to do it in the Santorini colorway, that's my second colorway. Now, I did a smaller version here. Now, the fabrics that you get, I don't suppose there is a camera over there, is there? The fabrics that you get are enough to make the 57-inch square version rather than this smaller version. However, what it illustrates is if you wanted to, you could get the kit, you could do the 5-block small wall hanging or small quilt, you could do 5 blocks in one long row to do a table runner, or 7 blocks to do a bed runner, something like that. You could do a few cushions, plus a small wall hanging. You can use the kit however you want to. Now with this version, I wanted to sort of bring the colours of Santorini, you know, those beautiful blues, turquoise, sky blue, the colour of the sea, the ocean, and the white painted houses in Santorini in Greece. Such a beautiful island. Bring that to a quilt. Also, I just love blue, so I love a blue quilt. Same price, $64.99. Now, in your kits, let me show you what you get, because it's an absolutely huge chunk of fabric. So here's the original colorway. You get so much for your money. So you get your pattern. So that would be $9.99. And then you get all of your colours to create your quilt. And like I say, this really is a celebration of solid shades. Just love how that kind of ombres. So gorgeous, warm, rich tan and rust and gold. And then these beautiful teal and navy. Beautiful sort of sapphire, turquoise, that's just stunning. And then you get a whopping chunk of cream fabric. This is your background colour. All of that plus your pattern. It's an amazing bargain, actually. It really is, for $64.99. Lots of you with this in your basket. This is an easy quilt to make. It's just half square triangles. The centre of each block is a square with a frame around it and then another frame around it. So squares and strips, easy. And then you're building up those kind of layers of half square triangles. Now, the most accurate and the easiest way for everyone to make this quilt is to make your half square triangles that little bit bigger, just by adding 1/8 of an inch on and then trimming them back. Yes, it's an extra step, but I do it. And, you know, I've been making half square triangles for 30 years and I still do it because it's the easiest way to get true 100% accuracy. And then the quilt flies together. Less than 20 of these kits left and loads of you with it in your basket. Loads of you with this in your basket. So if you want this, you do need to check out. So this is the original colorway, but I also have the amazing Santorini colorway, even more limited on numbers on this one. I've less. Kat, did that cadet come? Oh, it is amazing. Well done. Right, so this is all the blue. This makes me so happy. Look, it's beautiful. Just gorgeous. So, you know, I love a rainbow, but I also love that sort of ombre, that shading from darkest to lightest, but also as well, very much that sort of all of the blues. So the ones that are more sky blue, the ones that are more lilac-y blue, the ones that are, you know, kind of that clean summer sky, you know, the turquoises of the beautiful sea, the ocean. Just I mean, I was in Hull on Sunday and the water was not that colour there, you know. But Hull is amazing. Hull's one of my favourite places to go. I love it. But the water isn't that colour. But in Greece it is. So, I mean, it depends where you go. If you want to bring a little bit of Greece, a little bit of Santorini into your home, that's the way to do it. You also get a massive chunk of white. White this time rather than the cream, because of course white is the colour of Santorini. Julie's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, it's been a long time. You're looking fabulous. Julie in Chard. Thank you, Julie. I just bought this linen shirt and I just love the colour. I love blue. I love blue. Alison Marion's watching. Good morning, Alison. Marie's watching too. She says, good morning, lovely boy. Where have you been? I've missed you. Busy, busy, busy. This is Santorini. Margaret's got in touch. Lovely to see you back, Stuart, from Margaret, who's in Wiltshire. Oh, thank you, my love. Thank you. Celia's got in touch. Morning. Just finished the New Mexico quilt yesterday. Celia sent me a picture. Celia, it looks amazing. Looks fabulous. Love the blue one too. That's Celia from Essex. You've done really well. Seen some lovely pictures. Margaret from West Sussex says, hi Stuart, you've mentioned your new book for next year and that you have a book out this year. What's it called? I thought I'd got all your books. Well, you have so far, Margaret, but this year in September, I'll be launching Quilts from the Country. And so this is a collection of, I think there's 28 or 29 quilts and quilted projects in it, including a quilted Japanese-style Haori jacket, loads of bed quilts, wall quilts, there's cushions, there's a table runner, there's all kinds of lovely things. And it's themed spring, summer, autumn, Christmas or winter, and it's all got kind of a bit of a country theme. Lovely photography. Now that launches in September, and then next year I'm going to be launching a follow-up to Bags for Life. So that is new bag patterns, which I'm working on at the moment. Very excited about. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Make room in your schedule. Delia says, good morning, Stuart. Looking forward to a great morning with you and the team. Thank you. And also as well, of course, we've got Janet Clare, who's celebrating her 2nd anniversary on the channel, and our fabulous Suzie Duncan. 2 shows each. What a day. What a day. Now, a question. I do love a question. Morning, Stuart. So happy to see my favourite person again. Thank you. Can the tape be used on a polyester wadding? That's Sue from Beeston. Yes, absolutely. So 100% polyester, you know, bamboo, 80-20, pure cotton, wool, you name it. All you need to do is vary your iron depending on the kind of batting you're using. So for a cotton batting, I would use a higher heat. On a polyester bat, I would use a 1-spot. I would use a pressing cloth, whatever the batting. I'd put a piece of fabric over the top and iron through that. Don't get your iron directly on your batting because it could melt it. But through a pressing cloth, not an issue. Just vary the heat. That's all. Right, another question. This is from Jen. I love questions. Hi, Stuart. Can you please tell me if your quilt is to be able to machine stitch? I have the kit, but can only see instructions for hand sewing. Oh, no, it's machine sewn. The whole quilt is machine sewn. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're looking at in the pattern, but if you're unsure, contact customer service. But no, the whole quilt is I made it by machine. It's all machine sewn, machine pieced, machine quilted. You could hand sew this quilt if you wanted to hand sew it, but no, it is completely machine pieced. Less than 10 of Santorini. Now remember, the quilt that I've got hanging here is a small version. You get enough fabric to make this size, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 blocks. Well, it's 57 inches square. So you get enough of the blue fabrics to make that larger quilt. You'd also have enough fabric, by the way, to make the bonus cushion front. Now, I added my own fabric for the back and I put some piping around the edge, but there was enough fabric for that too. But you will have enough fabric. Use whatever scraps you've got left. Use whatever scraps you've got left. But yeah, you'll have enough to make a cushion as well. Or do what my lovely friend on Facebook did. You can get 2 kits and make a double bed size quilt that way. Georgina's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, love the quilts. Blue is my favourite. Well, who doesn't love a little bit of Santorini, eh? This is the Santorini colourway. 10 different blues, 1/2 metre of each, and then you also get 2.5 metres of the white. So you're actually getting 7.5 metres of fabric for £64.99. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Amazing, isn't it? 7.5 metres for £64.99. But you're also getting the pattern, which is £9.99. I don't even know how that price works out. But anyway, I'm not going to question it. It's great. It's great. Now, The pattern on its own, £9.99. You get the instructions to make the cushion and the quilt. And of course, as well, don't forget if you wanted to, so you could do 1, 2, 3 blocks plus the setting triangles on both sides and do a lovely runner. That would look stunning, wouldn't it? Let me just grab, if I grab that bit of paper and show you, it would sort of like that. I mean, that down the centre of like a wooden table. Can you imagine that? Maybe with some cushions as well. So you don't have to make the quilt as it is, but you get instructions for both. And I do recommend that you make the cushion first. And I know I said you use your scraps, but actually what I would recommend you do is dive into your stash. Make the cushion out of your stash fabrics first. You know, I always like to do that. Work through the method, work through the pattern, kind of cut your teeth, you know, on your scraps first, and then dive into your kit. Steph's message to say, Stuart, if you cut the fabric into triangles for doing half square triangles, do you need to be careful about the bias edge? By the way, you look fab in your new shirt. The colour suits you so well. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's very kind. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. You're absolutely right. When you cut the square of fabric on the diagonal, you've now exposed the bias. And I think rather too much is made of that. Like, oh, the bias, you know, like it's just going to suddenly, you know, stretch itself into a big curve and ruin your fabric. You know, I mean, you cut through it, you pick it up, you take it to your machine and you sew it. You know, so long as you're not pulling and yanking and that kind of thing, it's going to behave itself perfectly well. If you're at all unsure, use best press on your fabrics first, give them a spritz, give them a press, just to give them a little bit more body, then cut them. But really, unless you're doing something wild with your fabrics, the bias won't stretch, it'll behave itself, and then you're going to trim your half square triangles to size anyway. So don't be afraid of the bias. Don't be afraid of the bias. Marina says, Ali has made the Mexico quilt. It is amazing. And I got a cushion from the scraps. Result. I love that, Marina. I love that. Fantastic bonus cushion. Now, oh gosh, that was louder than I thought it was going to be. Stay there. I've got a rainbow bundle of fabric here. Now, this isn't a kit to make the New Mexico quilt. However, you've got way more fabric here in terms of your colours. You would need something for a background, 2.5 metres for a background. Dark grey, black, navy. White would look crisp. You could choose a pastel colour, whatever you wanted. But I think a New Mexico quilt in these would be amazing. Let me show you what you get, because in this bundle, you're getting 20 half metres. So there is, actually, if you mixed your background, you could even use all of these fabrics for the whole, I mean, just that. 75, 80? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is that's incredible. 64.43. This is for 10 metres of fabric, which means less than £6.50 per metre. Less than £6.50 per metre. That is wild. Look at these beautiful. Now that I love. Aren't they gorgeous? You've got some gorgeous neutral greys in there as well. Love that. Love that. This is a bit Day of the Mushroom, isn't it? Day of the Mushroom. We're obsessed with that now. I love a mushroom. I love a mushroom. See, that's a day everyone can get on board. Some people really hate mushrooms, don't they? Some people hate the texture. Our producer Rachel's getting very excited about the thought of mushrooms on toast. I like them when they're in like a creamy sauce on like sourdough with garlic and chopped parsley. Oh my goodness, would you excuse me? I need to go and get breakfast. But yeah, some people really hate mushrooms, but I think they're gorgeous. There's so many different ways you could use these fabrics. Aren't they delicious? What a stash builder. But also, you could use these to create New Mexico, but in your own version. Now, I might be inclined, I'm just going to grab a few fabrics out because I really like the idea of that as a colourway. That would be a bit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I do need one more. I'm going to throw in, I think I'm going to throw in this just for a little depth and drama. That, I think, would be absolutely stunning for a New Mexico. And actually, $64.43, we're about the same price. Now, yeah, you need the pattern. Maybe you've already bought New Mexico. You've done the Santorini version, you've done the original, you want a new direction. This is like bearded irises, isn't it? Those gorgeous cyclamen pinks and purples, those gorgeous yellows and fresh greens. That would be lovely. Love it. But you've also got all of these beautiful blues. You've got the greys. You've got the taupes. And you've got that pop of red. What an amazing deal. 20 half metres for $64.43. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Now, I've been using a rather wonderful new sewing machine, a great new deal as well, on a sewing machine. This is the MV2700 from Brother. Now, this was featured yesterday. Now, I always get a little bit, you know, a little cross when, well, I get excited when I see an amazing deal on a machine, but then I always get a little bit frustrated when I come in and the price is £500 more than you would have paid yesterday. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it. I want what they had yesterday. Give it me. Give it me now. We're taking that £500 off. It's under £2,000 and you're getting 5 split pay. Split pay means you pay 1/5 of the price today. You get the machine home in 3 to 5 working days. You get a whole month before the next payment comes off. And basically each 5 months, they pay 0 interest. You don't pay 1 penny more for choosing the split pay option. There's no credit checks. There's no forms. I hate filling in forms. There's no form to fill in. It's literally a box you tick. Yes, I'd like split pay. And then you pay under £500, under £400. How much is the split pay? £390 and change? £399 something? Amazing. Amazing. Is that 5? It's 5 split pays. £399 and 80 pence today to get the machine home. Now, remember, sorry, I'm disappearing because this isn't just a sewing machine. This is an embroidery machine as well. Look at the size of the hoops. Look, incredible. So this is an embroidery machine. So look, all you do, I'm just having a quick tidy up. Look, all you do is you take the accessory box off. So there's your free arm for normal sewing. I've just got myself, you'll have seen it on my Insta, a Brother embroidery and sewing machine. And all I wanted, actually, was an embroidery machine. But I thought, no, I'm going to go for the 2. Now, I was expecting a brilliant embroidery machine, and I wasn't disappointed. You get an amazing embroidery machine. But what I wasn't expecting was how brilliant the sewing machine part is. I thought, oh, I'll just leave it set up for embroidery. I'll use another machine for my sewing. And I haven't touched my other sewing machine since I got it out the box because it is a phenomenal sewing machine as well. Hugely versatile. One machine that does it all. Under £2,000, and the size of the hoops is incredible. I need to give you a stock warning. I've got less than 5 of these machines left. Sorry about that. And I really had to stamp my feet to get that £500 off for today. It was supposed to be yesterday only, but we've managed to bring the deal back just for today. Midnight tonight. Oh, 4 left now. 4 left now. If you want this machine, it's a combined embroidery and sewing machine in one for under £2,000. You will need to be quick. Now, just a quick point as well. When you come to take the embroidery module off, it isn't quite the same as when you remove the accessory box. So it doesn't come off, okay? You have to reach, I'll show you under here, and there's a little handle that you pull and then it comes off. I'll turn it around. It's just under there. You reach under. Yeah? It's just under there. And you just pull that in. It's like a little door handle. Oh, there's 3 left now. If you want the machine, you know what I'm going to say. You do need to be quick. 2 large hoops, so much versatility. Of course, you have got hundreds of designs programmed in, but also it's Wi-Fi enabled and you can just download other designs from the internet, from companies that create embroidery embroidery designs. You can just transfer them directly using the power of the internet. Now, right, okay, I'll pop that there. There's 3 left. They'll go today, I'm absolutely sure of it. Now, just wanted to mention some backing fabrics while we're talking New Mexico. I used Expedition for this one, which is like the world map. I'm obsessed with this. It's from Tim Holtz. I love it. I've only got 4 units left. You've gone wild for this on pre-order. It's a brilliant fabric. I love it for bag making as well, I think for obvious reasons. How cool. The other one of Tim's that I absolutely love is called Dictionary. And I've used this so many times. I just love it. I love fabrics with words on. I love to sit and read my fabric. And it's just really cool, isn't it? Again, for bag making, brilliant. 1/2 metre will line a couple of bags. It's just brilliant fabric. 100% cotton, 108 inches wide, £14.99. What's not to love, frankly? I have got 2 other options. These aren't Tim Holtz, but they're absolutely gorgeous. Look, I've got a cream and I've got a blue version. And it's almost like a mandala. Yeah. How useful is that? I mean, almost any and every quilt. It would work. Gorgeous. And just to show you how much you get, Kat, I need you. Just to show you how much fabric you get in 1/2 metre. Thank you, Kat. Look, this is 1/2 metre. Go on. Off you go, off you go. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. Thank you, Kat. It's a lot for £14.99. I've also got the most gorgeous blue. You know I love blue. This is so vibrant. This is a real cobalt. Look at that. You can also use this for dressmaking. Can you imagine embellishing that? Stunning. Again, £12.99 for these ones. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Whew. Well, what a first hour. This second hour is rather special because the icon that is Janet Clare is celebrating 2 years at Sewing Street. I can't believe where that time has gone. We still look 35, Janet. That was confirmed last night when we were in the pub together, wasn't it? Man in the pub thought we were 35. Well, he thought we were sitting at table 35, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. 2 years. A brand new fabric launched today. Bluebell is coming after the break. And that beautiful quilt I showed you earlier, pre-orders have gone crazy. Be quick. I'll see you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Well, it's a wonderful, wonderful day to be here with us on Sewing Street. We're glad of your company, and I'm really glad of your company, Janet Clare.
Thank you. It's an exciting day, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. It's wonderful to see you again. It feels like only yesterday.
It was only yesterday.
And this is your second birthday on Sewing Street.
Where has the 2 years gone? Crazy.
It is crazy.
It is crazy.
But it's been wonderful.
Love it.
And today is a super special day because, I mean, quite coincidentally, we're launching your brand new fabric range.
Bluebell Day.
Bluebell.
It's finally Bluebell Day.
This is beyond stunning.
Thank you.
Just look at this quilt. It is so beautiful. It is glowy. It is illuminated. Isn't it fabulous?
And there's lots of detail as well. You know, if you look close, all the fabric has got lots and lots of little details in it.
And nature inspired, of course.
Nature inspired, made from cyanotypes. So I didn't do a lot of drawing for this collection at all. Normally I draw.
It's not like you.
Not like me. I did lots of cyanotypes. I was taught by a lovely lady.
What is cyanotype?
Cyanotypes is a really early form of photography. So you're coating fabric or paper with a light sensitive, you know, blend of chemicals.
Yep.
And it's best to get those prepared for you. I had lovely Dr. Kathy Corby-Michelle.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy.
She's fabulous. And I went to her house and we played, and she taught me how to do some cyanotypes with her. And then I went home, and anytime it was vaguely sunny, I was out playing.
So how do you create the images? So you've got leaves and sort of nature twigs.
Yes.
How do they get onto the fabric?
So you are putting a layer of this sensitized paper or fabric down, and then you are partially covering those areas with flowers, pressed leaves. I've even got some acetates that we made with the musical notes, and we'll show you the fabric with the musical notes in it. And then you put it out in the sun, like 20 minutes, half an hour, 10 minutes, whatever. And I didn't get the timings quite right. It's one of those things that the more you do, the more expertise
A bit of magic,
you get.
isn't it?
It is magic. And the sun protects the sort of like the shadow of the flowers are the paler bits, and the rest goes to this beautiful Prussian blue.
Isn't it cool? Isn't it cool?
It was
the
endlessly
jade greens
fascinating.
as well. It's absolutely stunning. I have a friend who does cyanotype, and she has a sunbed.
Yes, well, Kathy's
in her
got a sunbed.
studio. She's got a sunbed because she's in Manchester. And she's like, I mean, you've been to Manchester. You don't get a lot of natural sunlight, so we use this instead.
And you can control the light much more.
Yeah. It's fair to say it's going wild in the aisles. You are absolutely loving this new collection from Janet Clare. I want to show you the quilt kit for Flora, which is the quilt hanging behind Janet. It's stunning. It is 68 inches square. I love a square quilt. Snowballs with single bands of fabric between them. Beautiful quilt. Beginner, easy level. You get your fabulous Hope Anchors the Soul bag. You get your pattern included, and then you also get all of your fabrics here. So you can see, I think, perhaps a little better when you see the actual fabric. How beautiful, how detailed. You can even see the individual veins on the leaves here. It's so clever. This looks like cow parsley or something, elderflower.
I think there are probably elderflower.
Lovely. Love a bit of elderflower cordial.
Ah, yes.
In fact, I had elderflower tonic in my gin and tonic.
You did.
Night,
I made elderflower
last night.
cordial last year. It's beautiful. So the greens are coming, all the colour palette is coming from different stages of the cyanotype process.
Really?
So when
you can get that green?
when you're, yes, Kathy had, she was making She did. She got a green, but the minty sort of pistachio colour is all coming out of when you're washing the fabric away. The sort of water goes these lovely greens.
You get these, but look at this.
That is just, I was so happy when I saw that.
Look how much you get. Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, and it's
like a patchwork.
It's like a patchwork. It's like a patchwork panel, but it's a continuous run of yardage.
Oh.
And it just tells the whole story.
Oh, it's amazing. I want to make a kimono jacket.
Oh, that would
out
be
of
lovely.
this.
That would be
Quilted.
lovely. Because it's digitally printed, and we had a conversation with Moda. Normally, my fabric is screen printed, and they said to get the depth of detail and the small, subtle changes in colour, rather than doing a screen where you're limited to, like, they'll say 20 screens and we're done, you know, whatever. They said if we print it digitally, it's unlimited, the tones and the detail we can get. And to print digitally, they need a higher thread count, finer fabric.
Yes.
So it's really beautiful. It's got a lot more drape than a
cotton
quilting
that feels
cotton.
like silk.
Yeah, it's really smooth and beautiful.
Beautiful.
And you can see it's just got that little bit more drape than a quilting cotton.
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. A friendly warning. This is going to disappear before our very eyes. If you're looking at this thinking, oh, that's a bit of all right. A quarter of the stock of the kit's already gone, okay? But individual fabrics, there are going to be some ones that are going to sell out just like that. So if you want any of these, honestly, jump ahead and get them, because we're not going to look at fabrics by the half metre, probably until about halfway through the show. That gives you ample time now to jump online and get 2.5 or 3 metres of whichever fabric you want. But just do it now, because otherwise, if you wait until I show the fabrics by the half metre, there will be sellouts already. Now, over a quarter of the stock of this quilt kit has already gone. So you get everything there to make the 68-inch square quilt. So there's your sort of, if you like, your main fabric. That's you. I mean, it's so clever, because I thought there was a lot more piecing to do.
Yeah. And it's just one long strip. Obviously, you've got seams in there, and the fabric is used for the binding. So it's all quite seamless. And when you cut that fabric, you're going to cut the long strips first. So they're all done, all organised. And as you say, most of the work is done for you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And what a lovely showcase for the different prints to use those Snowball blocks. It's like little sort of framed pictures almost.
And it does repay your attention so much. And that's what's lovely about a quilt, isn't it? All those different combinations. And if you're cuddled up under a quilt and you've got lots of detail to look at, I mean, it's just beautiful. I know I love all my fabric, obviously, but this one, I'm so excited that it's finally here, because it is so unusual. And
half the stock of this quilt kit has gone. It's only $119.99. I can't believe that price, frankly. It's 68 inches square. I'm thinking if this was I mean, you get the beautiful Janet Clare bag. If this was in a cardboard box with the sleeve, you know, like the ones we do, this would be $165, $179.99, without a doubt. Without a doubt. And it is a brand new fabric range. This is the launch of Bluebell today. You've got exactly what you need, plus your exclusive pattern from Janet Clare. And actually, I should also mention that every single person that shops Janet Clare today, so you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything at all. All you have to do is buy something from one of Janet's 2 shows, either this 9 a.m. or her 11 a.m. show, okay? Anytime up to midnight tonight, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win an exclusive piece of Janet Clare art. This is it right here. It's signed by the artist.
It is, and it's a little picture, a little applique house in a little garden. And everyone's keeping it in the plastic, so it's very respectfully keeping it clean.
Well, I have a track record for ruining nice things on air, Janet.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
You haven't told me that before.
Yes, I do. So everything has to be wrapped in plastic. Over half the stock of this quilt kit's gone now. I'm not surprised. $119.99 gets you everything for the top and the binding of a 68-inch square quilt. It's exquisite. A beginner could make this quilt. Am I right?
Oh, absolutely. And there is no waste, because I will show you how you can save every single little scrap.
Love that, love that. And it's glowing. It's Janet Clare, but it's different Janet Clare.
It is.
It's not drawn. It's cyanotype inspired prints.
They're real cyanotypes. I sent cyanotypes in to Moda, and they digitised them and put them into repeat. And it's been such a joy. I know we say, you know, we've got such a joyful job anyway, but this was a complete joy from beginning to end.
Absolutely.
Pressing flowers.
Comes out of playtime, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. Pressing the flowers and experiment, and that real sense of not knowing what you're going to get.
The wonder, the discovery.
Exactly. We've been in the game for so long that you can kind of imagine what a quilt's going to look like and all this. That I did no idea until you started developing and washing the fabric, did you know what sort of details you were going to get.
I'm imagining you now in wellies, sort of up to your knees in the river, kind of with fabric.
Yes, it was very, very much like that, with the meadow and the
blowing in your hair.
The kingfisher flying past. It was exactly like that. I wasn't in my back garden and the kitchen sink.
No, with a bucket.
No.
Because that would be awful, wouldn't it? Let's be honest. Now, grab your kit while you can. Now, if you're thinking, you know what, I do want to make that quilt, but I want to use all of the fabrics. I'm going to get the mega bundle and I'm going to do my own thing. You need the pattern. We've got the pattern. It's $9.99. It's brand new from Janet Clare. Flora. Again, buy this for $9.99. You're entered into that prize draw. You could be... Now, money can't buy you this.
No.
Literally.
No, I don't do them anymore. I don't sell my originals anymore.
You literally could not pay Janet Clare enough.
No.
In fact,
well, you know, maybe let's start a conversation. I used to sell originals and I used to take commissions back in the day, and I genuinely don't do that anymore.
There you go. You can't buy this. You can win it. A $9.99 pattern from Janet Clare today, that could win you that original piece of art from Janet Clare, okay? It has to be something from one of Janet's shows, okay? So either from the 9 a.m. or from the 11, but you don't have to buy it within the hour. You could buy it at 10 o'clock tonight if there's anything left, as long as it was featured in the show. All right, the pattern, $9.99, full instructions in there. Now, I do have all of the fabrics by the half metre. I so just want to put these in the boot of my car, Janet. They are so scrumptious.
Who would stop you though, Stuart?
Oh, quite.
Who would dare?
Well, lots of
You wouldn't be able to get in tomorrow.
Lots of people. No, exactly. How delicious. I can just buy them. I'm just going to buy them. They're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? You get 24 half metres in this mega bundle. You save £14. Amazing deal there. We've also got 3 split pays available on this bundle. So the full price, $189.76, £63.25. I'd rather spend that today. Less than £64 today to get the bundle home. Amazing, amazing possibilities here. Very quickly, I'm just going to flip through these just so that you can see the full collection. So there is a script. You know how I feel about fabric with words on. I love it. You've got the musical notation with leaves overprinted. You've got this almost craquelure effect.
Yes, I can tell you how that was made.
Please. You've got your little sprigs. And again, it's that pistachio. It's that leaf. It's that jade. And then you've got a gorgeous mottle, a cream too, so useful. I love that one. I love that one. the elderflower.
I think they're really timeless and really
Superstar.
classic.
Yeah, and they're sort of artsy. They have that sort of modernness to them, but nothing scary.
No.
Still
No, no, no.
feels traditional. And then, of course, you're getting half a metre of that faux patchwork. It's almost like borrow, isn't
is.
it?
Yeah,
Third of the stock of the mega bundle's gone, Janet. A third of the stock.
Wow.
That means we've only got 2/3 left. 66%. He does maths too. I knew this was going to fly out. We're only 20 minutes into the show and I'm already giving you a stock warning. It's busy, busy, busy. The quilt kit for Flora. How many have we got left? What's our... 12 kits left.
12.
Oh! 12.
Thank you so
12
much,
kits
everyone.
left. It's a bargain. It's a bargain. £119.99 for the pattern, all your fabric to make a 68-inch square quilt and the binding. Absolutely stunning, stunning quilt. Beginner friendly, completely beginner friendly.
Very much so.
If you want to make it bigger, of course, you could get a few extra half meters. I've got 11 of those kits left now, Janet.
Thank you so
They're
much,
literally
everyone.
disappearing.
It's so nice because we know what's coming up and we're always really excited when it's finally we're able to show people what we've got. It's so lovely.
Now, I'll tell you what else is lovely. A charm pack, but they've almost sold out. I told you, I warned you, I warned you. I've got two options. I've got the 5-inch charm pack and the 2.5-inch mini. So let's go with the 5-inch charm pack first. Okay, so in here you're getting 42 5-inch squares. They have that lovely decal edge. I mean, simple sashing in between these squares. Make a cushion, make a bag, make a runner.
Yeah.
What colour would you put if you were going to use a solid with these?
I actually like the minty green. I think it's really fresh. And there's not so much of that in the collection, so it would stand out.
Minty green would be lovely.
Minty green or a really pale, pale blue you could go.
That would be yummy. Now, a collector in Mosaic, Kate says, I always shop ahead for Janet's gorgeous fabrics. You do right. These are too good to miss out on. Fabulous. I got mine.
Thank you.
Well done, you. Well done, you. Well, you know, I know I'm sort of bound to say, you know, shop ahead, but I knew, brand new collection, I knew this would fly. I've got 9 of this charm pack, 8 left. You get all your greens, you get your mints, you get your pistachios. We need to move on. 7, 6, 5. It's like a countdown for a rocket that's about to go out.
lovely.
Where's the cake for Janet?
Where's the cake?
Where is the cake?
Well, when you left me last night, you were muttering about getting cake, and
I was muttering
assumed
for you
were,
to get
oh,
cake, Janet. You were
see,
the one walking past Sainsbury's.
I assumed, you see, that you would be off baking, speaking to the kitchen.
What, in my hotel?
Yeah, speak to the chef. Could have come with a bacon butty or something.
Sorry.
Never mind.
I can do you a pack of biscuits from a vending machine. How about
Wow.
that? Happy
Generosity.
birthday. You're welcome. Right, mini charm, £7.99. The most affordable way to get a little bit of everything from Janet's brand new collection, Bluebell. So you get, again, 42 2.5-inch squares. They're absolutely delicious and yummy. And what's beautiful as well about Janet's new collection is it doesn't matter whether it's cut large or cut small. It is fabulous. It is
Thank you.
interesting.
There's
and
lots of details
cool.
in
Yeah.
there. Lots of detail. Because with patchwork fabric, you do actually have to think about a small scale as well. It can't all be that big storytelling print.
No.
You need all the little ditsies, the textures, and the subtle colour blends to make the collection work together.
It's just gorgeous, absolutely lovely. And again, you could make, I've got a bag pattern which is like little squares with like folded bias tape that covers the raw
Very nice.
edges. So it's almost like stained
Like a-
glass.
yeah.
You could do that with that,
We
couldn't
could
you?
do that with that. I've got my little sewing kit project. I've got bags. You know, there's lots and lots of patterns made specifically for pre-cuts.
Yeah.
And we've brought lots of them here. So they are a lovely way in to buying, having a whole collection.
They really are. They really are. $7.99 for 42 of those squares. Over half the stock's gone. Just want to remind you about the mega bundle. It's incredible value because you're getting half a metre of each of 24 prints. 24 different prints, and you get half a metre of each. You're saving £14. Can we just have the details for the mega bundle, please? You get all of those, including that faux patchwork, these amazing leaf print. I love the colours in here, the depth, the subtlety, the glow. You know, I mean, I did a workshop on cyanotype printing. You know, I was utterly entranced.
Oh, entranced is the word.
And it is
it's
alchemy,
mesmerising.
it is magic,
It is.
It's transformative, isn't it?
It is.
And the colours are just unlike anything. This is going to sell out, Janet. The
Thank you so much.
greens, just the whole. I mean, this looks like you're looking up into a canopy.
Yes, frothy,
Yeah.
soft.
Yeah.
I'm so happy they said digitally printed because the amount of detail they've got in those prints is incredible.
It's wild, isn't it? And isn't it wonderful? Because, I mean, obviously you've been a designer for Moda, which, by the way, if you didn't know, pretty prestigious, for over 12 years.
Yes.
And you must have seen some massive changes, the advent of digital printing,
Yes.
the possibilities.
The possibilities and the early digital prints, you could tell they were printed digitally, but now the depth of the tone, and as I say, they don't say you've only got 10 shades of blue that you can use. You can use
Endless.
endless, and there's so much detail. And that's a little script is lovely. That's actually from a will that I found in a junk shop that was from 18 something or
Oh,
other.
seriously?
Yes, we made an acetate of it.
Right.
And we've reduced I don't know whether you can see that so much, and reduced the scale of it. So you can't really read it when it's on the fabric, but you know it's that hand. I
Yes.
love to see the hand in it as well.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting how you've brought that sort of something really of the past, I mean,
Yes.
present, but of the past with digital printing and cyanotype, the earliest advent of photography.
Yeah.
Very clever.
That's what the design process is all about, those little individual jigsaw pieces, aren't they? And then sometimes they just all fit together.
Yeah.
And it was just spending the day with Kathy, which was such a privilege to do. That was an absolute joy. And she came to the studio and had a day with me. So we had a mutually lovely day.
Yeah.
And just so inspiring, like endlessly inspiring.
You do, I mean, we've talked about your process before. You do exactly what we say you should do. You play, you experiment, you go back to basics.
Yes, and it feels very indulgent because I was talking to Susie in the green room, you know, she's got deadlines coming out of her ears. You've got deadlines, you've got things you should be doing, you've got an imagination, you've got enough experience, you know how things are going to look, but you need to take the time to play and be willing to make a mistake.
Yes, yes.
And I think it's that fear of making mistakes that stops you having a go.
But out of that comes something more wonderful than you could ever...
Yes. You can't draw this, you
No.
can't paint it,
No.
and why try? So yeah, what a job.
But you have
What
to
a job.
embrace serendipity.
You do.
Karen's message to say, morning, Stuart and Janet. Congratulations, Janet, on your second
Thank
Sewing
you.
Street birthday. Welcome back, Stuart. Where have you been hiding? I've been hiding in North Yorkshire. But I'm back now. Linda's got in touch to say, good morning. I've been waiting for this collection. It's even more stunning in the flesh. Thank you, Janet. And don't forget
Thank
as
you.
well, everybody that shops, Janet Clare today. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to put a code in. When I say shop Janet Clare, I just mean buy something featured on Janet Clare's shows. And you'll be in with a chance of winning this piece of original artwork from Janet. It's signed as well. You can't buy these. You cannot buy these. I offered Janet a king's ransom earlier on. She just turned her back, and walked away. I can't win this, but you could. Look at that. Little bit of Janet Clare hanging in your home.
It's just a little free motion, little doodle wish. So it's
Gorgeous.
fun to do and fun for somebody to have.
Oh, amazing. Now, you have got a little demo for us.
I do. I can show you my demo. I'm still hugging Cyanotypes here. I can.
I
give you
mean,
a
we
little
want to look at
demo.
those too, but
Oh, do you want to see? Well, should we do those later?
the producer said demo, so I have
Let's
to
do
just, I just
demo.
have to repeat the words, Janet.
Let's do demo.
up to me.
You're just being fed your next line.
I
are
really
you?
am. I really
I'm
am.
ready. I am
didn't even
ready.
think to say that. I was just told to say I really am. I really am.
I don't know.
What are you going to show us?
I'm going to show you how to make a snowball block and how not to waste any fabric. It's
Ace.
very, very, very simple. Again, pattern's always got lots of illustrations, lots of step-by-step diagrams for you. So we'll hold your hand through the whole process. Okay, so basically the quickest and easiest way to make a snowball block is to start with some squares. Let me just get myself organised. Now, when you are cutting that massive yardage for these stripes, you're going to want to do that first.
Yes.
Because that's the fabric that you're going to want to protect. Now, if you cut your fabric just across the width of the
Like selvage to selvage.
selvage to selvage, you will not get the same effect because it's not directional, but it's directional enough just to throw your eye out. So you're going to fold your fabric and you're going to be cutting down the length.
The lengthwise
The
grade.
length, and then that gives you a nice long run. In fact, you might not even have a seam in
You
it.
wouldn't
Now,
see-
you probably haven't.
No,
it
no,
probably
because
comes
Janet,
out.
would you just take one end of this? Because I just want to show everyone. This is from the kit.
Yes, this
okay?
is from the kit.
And I just want to show you.
Yeah, so you've got
Well,
enough
actually, yeah,
length.
if you
can't
go,
in.
there we go. Look, this
There you
way more in length,
So there is no seam, you're right. There's no seam. It's long enough to do that.
but you're cutting on the lengthwise grade,
You're
so in
cutting
the
on
same
length.
direction as the
All the way
selvage.
down. All the way down. Tells you exactly how many to cut.
How beautiful.
Don't worry about it at all. Take your
How
time.
beautiful is this?
I do want to stitch into it. I really think it would be lovely to embroider and hand quilt into it.
Amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
like I say, I want to do a quilted jacket.
Jacket.
Would be stunning.
And as I say, it's a quilting con,
Yeah.
but there's something about that finer thread count
really
that
special.
just makes it have that little
really
bit
special.
more of a drape.
Now, Georgina from Yorkshire's got in touch to say, I've never made a quilt before, but I've bought the mega bundle and the pattern. I retire on Friday.
Oh!
Hello, the rest of my life. So I'll have a go at quilting, George.
So happy for you. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Retiring on Friday, Janet.
Can you imagine?
Beautiful.
We're not retiring.
We're never going to retire, ever, ever.
Okay, right, demo. So each of your snowball blocks, and this is a snowball block, has one big centre hexagon. Yes, no, more than that, 8 octagon. And you are going to add these little triangles, but you don't have to cut individual triangles because they'd all be biased and everything. It would be very tricky. So what you do is you take your centre square, which is going to be your octagon, and then you are going to cut yourself some squares for the corners. And with these, again, you want to be a little bit careful of the directionality because some of them, this one's got a little bit of writing on, you're going to pop them in each corner. I'll tell you why the double line's there in a minute. And what you want to make sure is that when that's folded back to become that snowball corner, then the writing's the right way up. Now, if it isn't, doesn't matter.
No, I wouldn't
But-
even think of it.
No, the
Personally.
directionality with Pippa and Alf, I have so many conversations about it. It's
Yeah.
very important to them, and that is why they get such a beautiful result. But if it goes whatever, it doesn't matter. But, so basically all you need to do is you're going to put a square in each of your corners. The measurements are all there for you. And then you will stitch on that diagonal line.
Right on the line.
Right on the line. But if you draw another line towards that corner, half an inch away from that diagonal, and stitch on that as well, then you get a free half square triangle. And there's no waste. And they are 1.5 inches cut, trimmed down, so they're 1 inch finished. So you have 4 1-inch finished half square triangles for every Snowball block, and that makes quite a big bag. And I would be sewing them together while you're doing the piecing, and you could make them into little diamond blocks. You could, I mean, there's just no end to what you can do with a half square triangle. So really, really think about how you can use it. And if you don't want to keep the scraps, then you don't have to keep them. But I like...
Send them to me in a bag.
Stuart wants them. But if you know, you've got to respect the fabric, and, you know, we shouldn't be wasting. And this is a really...
That was, Janet.
Yes,
Respect the fabric.
Respect the fabric.
There's 2 kits left. There's
Oh my
2
goodness.
kits left. That's it.
Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. It's just, that's a really easy win, and you can do that with all of those folded corners. You can do that. So
yeah, lovely cushion or a couple of cushions to go with the quilt. I mean, how lovely is that? Yeah. And you've done all the work while you've made the quilt.
You've done all the work while you've done the quilt. So
respect the fabric.
Respect the fabric. So you're going to put it in each corner, and then we're just going to stitch on the line. The machine is running. What you're going to do is you can stitch exactly on that line, or you can stitch a tiny little bit towards the corner if you're worried about really not getting that fabric to fold back. Here's one that's finished, and I did a little experiment because I always press my seams open, and the elf likes that because they're nice and flat. But I thought, I wonder what effect it makes if you do press to the side. And honestly, it's not a huge amount.
Okay.
Not a huge amount. I like open, it's nice and smooth, nice and flat. But if you're used to pressing open to one side, that's fine.
Can I give one
cautionary,
just a cautionary tale? I love to press seams open, and I've started doing it recently. I was piecing lots of reds, so I'd got bright red thread, and I'd never normally change my thread over.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're pressing one way or the other, it doesn't matter. But I carried on using the bright red thread when I was doing some white to white.
Oh, and it really showed.
It was like a pink glow
was it?
along the seam lines. It really showed. And it was like, and I didn't notice it until I was actually ready to quilt the quilt.
Of course you wouldn't, because that would be far too convenient if you'd seen it a couple of blocks in.
So all I would say is, if you
Just
are going to
be
press your
careful.
seams, a light thread. A light grey
thread.
or something like that.
Yeah, we're normally sew in something that's like a dust colour, like it's a non-colour, and it tends to blend in with everything. But as you can see, those little corners, you're going to fold those back, and then you can true up that square if you need to. But to be honest, you'll be fine.
Yep.
And then all we're going to do is sew on that line, and we're going to sew on both lines. You can chain piece this. I didn't prep enough samples to chain piece it, but you can definitely chain piece it. It's a nice, calm job to do, and just take your time and enjoy the whole process. We're doing it all to enjoy the process, aren't we?
Yeah. Something I didn't notice instantly that you can see, I think very clearly, you probably spotted it straight away, I didn't, was that there are diagonal lines in the quilt of fabric. So if you have a look at the front of the, either the quilt or the front of the pattern, can you see those jade green have a diagonal?
Yes.
They're all, I didn't see that. At first I looked and
away.
thought they were random. But I suppose you could do them random if you wanted.
You could do them random. What happens is I design the quilts about 6 months before I've got the fabric.
Oh,
So
that's
I've just
tough.
got a digital image. And so I call that colouring in, and I use a program called EQ, Electric Quilter, and we've got version 8, EQ8. And I colour it in, and it's very much part of my process to actually start making patterns and laying out how you use the fabrics. But you could make it as scrappy as you like.
Sure.
And really, all you're making is a stripped quilt with these snowball blocks. So you could have, you know, you could have a cream row and a green row.
Yeah.
And introduce your own. Really, just play with it and make it your own. They're very versatile. And as I say, you'll have all these little squares, half square triangles left to play with as well. We don't want you to waste fabric. If we've asked you to buy it, then we like you to use it up.
Absolutely. Now, that quilt kit, the quilt kit, I've got one. No, it's gone. It's sold out. Kit's sold out.
Kit's sold out.
Right.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations. The pattern on its own, if you want the pattern on its own for Flora, you can. It's £9.99. You could get a selection of half meters. If I got, what would I get? Maybe 5 half meters, and then the main fabric for the
stripes. You've got half. 1, 2, yeah, buy 3, 3.5, and you'll have plenty.
Yeah.
And then you
So
need
1,
that
2,
long
3, 4,
stripe.
5, 6, 7. So you need like six half meters, and then you need your main 3 yards, 3 meters of your main print. So you could make your own kit up. £9.99 for the pattern. Just want to mention as well, we do still have a few of the 2.5-inch charm packs, the mini charm. I think we've got 4 left. 7 of those, £7.99. 7 of those, you get 42 2.5-inch squares. And then, of course, don't forget, we have got that mega bundle. However, the mega bundle is flying. I've only got 12 mega bundles left.
Is that for today's allocation, or is that what's in the warehouse?
That's it. That's
Forever
all
and
the
ever and
that's
ever.
all the fabric we've got.
Ever and ever and ever.
Now, even though it's a brand new launch, I know that even on a brand new launch, the fabric is sold to retailers months before.
Yeah.
So a range can sell out, or whole fabric, you know, designs can sell out before it ever gets to the shop.
Yeah.
So what the shop has is all they can ever get. Now, I don't know if we can ever get more of all 24 prints. We might be able to get some, but I would say this is your best opportunity to get the mega bundle if you're going to. You save £14. You can use split pay if you want, and I certainly would. Pay less than £64 today to get the mega bundle home. £63.25, in fact. We do have the fabrics individually. I will go through those in just a sec. Janet, what you got there?
Well, I was going to show you, while we can still talk about fabric, I thought I'd show you some of the actual cyanotypes. And these little picture postcards were my favourite. The detail they've got on there. And the little print that you like, that's like the little frames, the little snippets, they're actually made from, I just loved the pattern that the backs of the postcards made. And again, that's how it came about. And we didn't do them in a neat grid in the end. We sort of made them like that, so they sort of overlapped.
That's these ones.
That's those ones. That's how we made that print.
I can see it now.
I know.
I said it looked like crackalore, but you can see now it's a rectangle, the little edges.
So
And
there
there's
you go.
a blue, and there's a jade. Very cool. This would be lovely for dressmaking.
That was really,
wouldn't it?
really lovely.
Stunning.
So there you go. So just one more cyanotype. Look at those. I mean, they're just a joy from beginning to end. And I think the fabric looks as lovely as the cyanotypes does.
Oh, 100%.
It's exciting.
Can you imagine the thrill, the excitement that the Victorians must have had when these processes were created, discovered?
Yeah, there's really famous, I should have looked her name up, and she was doing seaweed prints in 18 something. I mean, can you imagine it's magical now.
Yeah.
But to do it then, so it's really
Yes,
lovely.
it's still magical because I'm thinking, as a precursor to kind of like CGI movies now that we watch and kind of almost take for granted. But the magic, the wonder of this, it still gives me a thrill.
Oh, it's so exciting. It's so exciting. And Henry, our youngest, is doing visual effects for film and TV at university. And when you watch TV with him, you're always going, are they there? Is that there? Is that background there? And he can tell whether it's been digitally made or it's real, and I can't. He's got the eye in. So the world is changing really quickly, and it's just lovely to take a week off and just play, go looking for my wildflowers, look for pretty shaped leaves, get them pressed for a couple of days. It didn't have to be completely flat, they just didn't have to be dry, just flat.
See, I'm imagining now you walking along a leafy lane, stopping to have a little bite of a pork pie, carrying on.
Swig of cider.
Oh, you had to bring it down, Janet.
It's exactly like that. But it was such a privilege and such a joy, and it's lovely that you can pass that joy on to other people and to inspire everyone at home. I mean, that's not something we take lightly.
Gorgeous.
We were talking about that last night,
We
weren't
were.
Yeah.
We were. And
Genuinely.
Just the joy, there's so many joyful parts to our job, but kind of getting people excited as we excite ourselves about the possibilities.
Yeah, the possibilities, endless possibilities.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I just need to let you know, as predicted, the patchwork style fabric has sold out. This one has sold out as an individual fabric.
Jacket for Stuart.
I knew it. I knew it. It's just fabulous, isn't it? Yeah. More of that, please. More of that. Should we start looking at half meters? Is that all right, Janet?
Absolutely.
Do you want to come and join me this side? I feel like
can come and
need
join
you near
you.
me. Can we do these sort of large scale first? I'll show you the 4. I mean, actually, just those 4 fabrics in a quilt would be amazing. It's this one. Let's start with this one. Very, very detailed, stunning. Half the stock of this is gone. I would love a shirt made of
The
this.
shirt would be lovely. It really would.
Yes.
And they put finer details in. A lot of this is from the Cyanotype, which they reversed, but we put tiny little veins and things in just to bring that extra to life. It's a lovely scatter print. There's not much that's completely plain. It's nice, isn't it?
It's a bit more than nice, Janet. It's absolutely beautiful. Just want to show you, like, half a metre. If you buy half,
I mean, it's
what
a
you get,
useful
look
size.
at that. But I mean, I'm imagining a double Irish chain. I love a double Irish chain.
Yes.
This is the alternate big squares.
That would be lovely.
And then the chains running through. I mean, simple, easy, nothing complicated. But
Let
just,
the fabric sing.
that's exactly it.
Let the fabric.
That's exactly
Show off
it.
that fabric.
But do you know what I mean? A shirt.
Should have made him one, shouldn't he?
Please.
Tony will be going, he hasn't made me one yet.
Please. Oh, Tony and I could have matching shirts.
You could share a wardrobe, couldn't
My
you?
book launch. Well, I could wear that and Tony could wear that.
He could. He could. Come to your
Couldn't
book. We'll come
he?
to your book launch.
Let's. You make it sound
With
so.
my credit
You
card
make my
machine.
life sound so glamorous.
So glamorous.
Half the stock of this is gone. I don't know which one I want more. Isn't that lush? It's lush.
And it's actually a Prussian blue, so there's no indigo in this. But if you have got some of my indigos, it would go beautifully with. But Cyanotypes are actually Prussian blue. And also the reverse is
Very cool.
very subtle. It's like ghost-like. So even if you've only got a couple of yards of this, you know, that is enough of a contrast.
I agree. It's lovely,
You
isn't
can
it?
use the front and the back.
Delicious for a bag as well. Libby's got in touch. Hi everyone, I'm currently making Janet's chicken quilt. Love it.
Good. Lots of little applique chickens.
Love that. Love that. Well over half the stock of this by the half metre is gone. If you're stashing this, I usually go 2 to 3 metres. A fabric like that, because I think border.
Yeah.
Border and piecing, so 2 to 3 metres, border and piecing. If you're thinking stash fabric for piecing, metre, metre and a half.
Metre, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the storytelling fabrics you tend to want a bit more of, don't
Yeah.
you? Because you end up showcasing them and cutting them into bigger pieces.
Now, I had no idea that this was a colour that was possible with Cyanotype.
It's
Sort
ish.
of, ish.
It's been, I'll go
Just a
and
bit
get
of
my
artistic
sheet.
licence.
A little tiny bit of artistic
Fair enough.
license.
Isn't
I
it a
will go
beautiful
and get
colour,
my
this,
sheet.
though? It's that sort of
So-
lovely jade.
Yeah, this is the colour sheet that I was working to. So these are the Prussian blue and me playing with different washes. And then while the Cyanotype is developing, it goes almost like this lilac-y colour. And then the water, when you're washing it away, will get this real lime green. So what I started doing was playing with the lime green and the washes, and that gave you this sort of teal sage colour palette.
Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
And I made this on the 23rd of May, 22. That's how long you sit and wait. So when I'm saying it's Bluebell Day today,
Yes.
you know, that's 2 years in the making.
Yes.
That's me turning in to Moda finished designs, 2 years.
And there have been delays, haven't there?
They have.
Shipping delays and things
Yeah.
like that. I know that you have been absolutely chomping at the bit.
Yes, we've been waiting for Bluebell.
As well as every other fan of Janet Clare has been waiting. This is just beautiful. This is the deep jade. And then we've also got almost like a sort of pistachio or a mint right
really
here.
soft.
This is elegant. It's so elegant.
I think you could really live with that for a long time. And there's a
Very
lot you could
wedding-y.
do.
I'm thinking
Oh,
wedding
yes, that would be
outfit
lovely.
In that.
And you could just quilt round. Just quilt round. And you could do little bits of beads, you could add embroidery, or just do lots and lots of quilting all over it. And you've got something that's quite special. This
luscious.
is lovely. I feel happier saying how marvellous it is because I didn't do any drawing. This is all sort of nature and play. And here it
Nature
is.
never gets it wrong.
It doesn't actually, does it?
Never
The
gets it
colour
wrong.
palettes that work in nature will
And just
work.
the images, just absolutely lovely. It is gorgeous. So that's that. Now, shall we
What do we
do
want
the
next?
elderflower?
The little elderflower froth.
Yeah. Again, I'll show you the 4 colours that are available. It's very, very easy to use range as well, this, because really, however you use it, Janet's really thought through the scale and the colours. Be very easy to use. So let's do the darkest blue again, which ends 2-4. So elderflower.
I think so, yeah.
I've only got 20 units left.
Very little frothy little bits.
Oh, luscious. Yeah, 20 units left.
All over
That sounds like
texture.
quite a lot.
20
It's less than a bolt. It's less than 1 bolt.
of your whole stock. Not
the
you haven't got
entire
a
stock.
secret stash for
No.
the next month.
No, we haven't held any back for something else. It's all today, and we've already had fabrics sell out. This again would be gorgeous for a dressmaking project.
I have made a dress in some fabric. I'll wear it next time.
Yes,
it's not
please.
finished, obviously.
Oh.
It wasn't finished. Obviously.
As long as it's got both sleeves.
Yeah, well, yes. Sleeves are not very easy to put in, particularly if you're in a rush.
Fair enough.
Sleeves don't go in very well.
Fair
But yes, really versatile. And as I said, that slightly softer, silkier base cloth means that dressmaking, you know, is a real option with it. And a cushion
Yeah.
or anything really that you want to use.
Absolutely
but it does handle
gorgeous.
beautifully.
Yeah, it is sumptuous. Yeah, next one then, that lighter blue this time. I
have the
particularly
number on
love
show.
this. It's almost a sort of chambray denim.
I like
sort
that
of
one.
blue.
I like that one. I do like a pale background,
11
actually.
units. 11 units, 5.5 metres. That's it. 5.5 metres. It's nothing, is it? Because as well, we buy bolts and bolts and bolts of fabric for a launch. So that's how much is sold. But we've literally down to our last 5.5 metres of this.
And they'd have made the decision on how much they needed like a year ago.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So,
Oh,
yeah.
how
The
exciting.
darkest green. This is beautiful.
I love, the green is fun. And as I say, if you've got lots of my indigos and my creams, all of these will just slot in beautifully to make things. And the Snowball block is a really easy, versatile thing. So if you didn't get the kit, you know, you're well on your way. You can do.
Can we just see the web image for a second, please? Because what I just want to point out, what I think you can get with digital printing that you don't get with screen printing is almost the look of a batik.
Yes, it goes. Yes.
And it's that intensity, the depth,
Yeah.
and also the variation of colours. You summed it up so brilliantly. You're restricted to the number of screens.
Screens. Yeah, and they're each a very distinctive ink colour, which they're screening on into a specific area. With these, it was like you can do anything, anywhere. And I just turned in those original cyanotypes.
Do you think with more and more digital printing, it's going to change or influence how you design fabric?
I don't draw on the computer. I don't use Illustrator or anything. So I think there will always be a hand-drawn element. Whether I revisit Bluebell or not, I don't know. It's not in development now, and I know what like the next 3 or 4 are. So
But
it
now
may
that
come
you
back.
can literally have as many colours as you like in a fabric.
I think it's open doors. And the next fabric that we've got is Blooming Lovely, and that was watercolours.
All
and
right,
that's
steady on.
Yeah, we're over Bluebell now. And that was digitally printed as well from my watercolour sketches. So again, when eventually we get that in like 6 months or a year, whenever it will be, you will see again that the subtlety of the prints will shine through.
And that is actually called Blooming Lovely.
It is called Blooming Lovely. John Scott's all over that. You'll have to fight him for that hour because he's been talking about Blooming Lovely for months.
I bet. That's gorgeous. Look, isn't it pretty? So, so pretty. Gentle, soft, gorgeous. Right, can we do the musical notations
The
next,
musical
please? 'Cause
notes.
they are gorgeous.
Shall I'll go and scurry over there
yes,
and get
please.
you.
So 3 different shades of blue this time. You've a dark, a medium and a light. Love that. Do you know, I think I would use that dark, medium and light to do tumbling blocks.
That would be nice.
Where you've got those 3 dimensions.
Love
Let's start with the
tumbling blocks.
darkest.
Okay, so we had an out of copyright piece of classical violin music, which we made into acetate, and then we layered that up and put it on the fabric. Now, this was me, I think, when I showed Kathy this, I was disappointed by lots of, it looks quite wishy-washy, and she thinks I overexposed it. But the back is so pretty.
Oh.
And you can see...
You almost can't see the musical
Yeah.
notes on the front, can you? But you see them on the back.
On the back. And there's little sections where you just see the musical note coming through the leaves, and that's all being replicated on the fabric.
Very clever. Very clever.
I need to go back to Kathy, don't I?
I need to come to see Kathy too. Dr. Kathy.
Oh, can you imagine? We all of us there.
All of us.
All of us.
Oh, no one else is coming. It's just you, me and Dr. Kathy. This is lovely. And I always think as well, you know, there's lots of us make for friends, children who are into music.
Yeah, a
play
music bag. I
instrument.
mean, a music bag would be lovely in that.
Love it. That's the deepest blue. Got the details on screen? Do you want me to check the code? So it's NQ and it ends 95. NQW195. Lovely. Oh, we've not got that loaded.
Oh.
Heads will roll.
Heads will roll.
Heads will roll.
They're rolling as we speak.
Bring me the head of the BBC. The other two. Okay, let's try the medium blue then. This is QE18. All right, we've got that. We'll put those details up. We'll sort out the dark navy, don't you worry. There we go. Again, it's that lovely sort of mid-chambray denim colour, isn't it?
Yes. And this print is called Peplo, and I had a lovely lady called Lauren Peplo help me with some of the digital elements that I wanted because I'm so slow. And I get frustrated on the computer, so that's why it's named that. And then one of the, I think the big panel, like the big one, the storytelling, what am I saying? That's Corbishley after Kathy. So they've all got nice names.
That's nice.
They've all got nice names.
Does your son still do the
selvage? Sometimes he does. He's been, you know, he works full time now, so I just drew the little...
oh, you drew them?
Yeah.
It's lost his
Sunshine
job.
Stay Forever. He's got a full-time job now. He's grown up.
What do your boys think of what you do?
I don't think they remember. Yeah, I don't think they remember me not doing it. They're not surprised if I say, you know, I'm heading into London to do some cyanotypes. So just go, all right, see you later. What's for dinner? You know, they just take everything in their stride.
As they should.
As they should.
Janet, time has beaten us, but we've had a wildly busy hour. You are back for a second hour, and we will revisit any of the Bluebell fabrics which are left. Now, I say that advisedly because stock is flying out. We are having sellouts. We've had lots of sellouts this hour, and congratulations for that.
It's been
well
lovely.
deserved.
Thank you so much, everyone.
But the upshot is, you might want to spend a bit of time over the next hour before Janet returns, checking out your baskets, grabbing whatever of the Bluebell fabrics you want. I'll see you in an hour.
See you in an hour. Get that kettle on.
You after this short break with Susie Duncan. Don't go anywhere.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Oh, it's a busy morning and another fabulous hour here on Sewing Street, because I am joined by the wonderful, talented Susie Duncan.
Good morning.
Hey, you. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Absolutely brilliant to have you here. Wonderful. It's so good to be back. It's felt like it has been ages.
Yes. Yeah.
But back with a bang.
Yeah,
Back with an absolute
indeed.
bang. We are doing a brand new project from Susie in this hour. It's the Scalloped Bag. This is so cute. I love this. It's fun, it's quirky, it's textural. I just think it's an absolutely fab project. Kind of like fish scales.
Yeah.
On the bag. A lovely opportunity, a lovely pattern to use in the future for things like scrap quilting, for using up all of your precious bits as well. I mean, lots of lovely ways you could interpret this bag and actually go beyond a bag too, but start with a bag. Now, I've got 3 kits. I do have the pattern on its own as well. And I've got some fabric bundles without pattern. So there's loads of options. Let's start with some Liberty, shall we?
Why not?
Why not?
Not to.
I think Liberty is a very good place to start. And this one features gorgeous Wiltshire Shadow and Emily Bell. A lovely combination. This is summery. This is warm. You're getting 4 fat quarters plus your instructions, $22.99. That's a really good price, because remember, your pattern's $9.99, which means you're paying $12.99 for a metre of Liberty fabric. That's It's amazing, isn't it? It is really amazing. $12.99 for 4 fat quarters of Liberty fabric, $9.99 for your pattern. My job is not to question the prices. That's great. It's absolutely fantastic. Cool. Right, there's a good start. $22.99 for that. Now, what about a bit of Cafe? A Cafe version, delicious.
Okay.
Look. Here we go. How much fun. I mean, this is perfect for a little bit of shopping, trip to the library. This would fit a book really nicely.
It fits a tablet as well.
A tablet, great, perfect.
Or
So if you're
e-reader.
travelling, holidays,
Yeah.
you could also, and you have, boxed the bottom. So you can box the bottom, or you can have a flat bag. Options. Love that. You know me, I love an option. So this is the cafe, and you've got, again, 4 beautiful fat quarters. Now, how joyous, how summery. Ready for the beach. This would be a lovely little bag to take
It would
to the
be a
beach.
really good bag for It's also a really good bag for little people because
Yes.
it's not too big for them to carry.
Well, I thought exactly that. Our lovely director, Ollie's daughter, is
That's what I
10.
meant.
She's really
Yeah.
into her sewing. She's obsessed with bag making. Hello, join the club. And I thought this bag would be perfect
It
for
would,
her.
yeah.
You get your fat quarters, you get your pattern. Again, $22.99, which means you're paying $12.99 for 4 fat quarters. You've got 3 of Cafe. You've got a gorgeous solid there. Absolutely beautiful. What a bargain. Right, that's option 2. Option 3, Tilda. I told you it was some good fabric bundles. You've got your Tilda here. So you've got your pattern. And then look at these. Beautiful. So you've got your pink. You've got a pink mottle. That's delicious in and of itself. Loving this. Absolutely loving this combo. How pretty is that? Plus your pattern again. You're paying just $12.99 for your fabrics, $9.99 for your pattern. Absolutely fantastic. Great value. Great value. It's a brand new bag from Suzie Duncan. It's the Scalloped Bag. Perhaps make it in a cave. Perhaps in a bit of Liberty. Perhaps make it in your scraps. Now, if you want to do that and you want the pattern on its own, let me show you. Let me show you. Here it is, $9.99. Brand new today, Susie.
It is. Yep.
Brand new today.
First airing.
Now, do we need lots and lots of experience in bag making and quilting?
No.
So beginner friendly.
Do I look like someone that has all that?
Yes, possibly.
No, I mean, the trickiest bit is sewing the curves, but if you slow down
Yep.
and just take your time, there's no rush. If they're not quite perfect curves, mine aren't, does it matter? Because
No.
you get the essence of a curve.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
don't get hung up on the fact that it's got curves, and you don't have to add loads. If you just
No.
want one set,
Yeah,
just
you
do
could
one
really
set.
vary this. And this isn't
Absolutely.
curved piecing as
No,
such, is it? It's
no.
not 2 curved edges together.
No.
It's sewing a curved edge along fabric and trimming back.
Yeah, which I'm going to show you.
You're going to show us how to do it.
Yeah.
So, great pattern. Really great pattern. And I think this has got a particularly kind of beachy, summery feel to it as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, it looks like flower petals, doesn't it?
Nice. I like
Yeah.
that too. Yeah, great. Perfect for the beach. Perfect for holidays, your holiday bag. And brand new today. Now, with that in mind, if you've got your pattern, maybe you want to put your own fabrics together. Maybe you want a little selection from us. I've got 5 different fat quarter bundles. Now, these don't come with a pattern, and they come as individual bundles of 4 fat quarters, so I'll show you. But, you know, we don't often sell fat quarters, so this is a great opportunity to buy some fat quarters. I'm going to start with this one right here. I can't tell you a code, I'm afraid, so it'll just... or you can show me on screen and I'll grab that one. Do you want me to grab that one? I've only got 15 of these. I just love... hello. I just love those summery colours. Love those summery colours. Aren't they fun?
They are.
Modern. This green. The spoons are fun,
I
aren't
love
they?
the spoons.
They're great. $14.98 for 4 fat quarters.
See, that would be a good one to do, make the bag up for a wedding, because aren't spoons, the Welsh love spoons.
Oh, yeah,
supposed to give us
yeah.
wedding presents.
Yeah, a wooden
That'd be
spoon.
really cool.
Yeah, gorgeous. So $14.98 for 4 fat quarters. And then you could add the pattern in separately and make your own bundle. So that's option 1. Next option, we've got a little bit of cafe in here and some mixers. This is lovely too. So £12.99 for this one. It's a great price too, isn't it?
It is.
Got that gorgeous gold. I mean, just as a great opportunity to buy some fat quarters, this is a great opportunity. So that's option number 2. Third, let's go sunflowers. This I think is going to be very, very popular. This is lovely. You've got your sunflowers. You've got bumbleberries from Lewis and Irene. Doesn't that go beautifully together? You've got some honeybees on like a little checkered. Isn't that cool with the gold printing? And then you've got a smaller scale. That's lovely. Really nice combo.
I think they're all Lewis and Irene.
Are
Aren't
they all?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the sunflowers definitely are.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, that would
Absolutely
make a
gorgeous.
fab little bag, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
it really would.
To take for picnics and summer outings to those country manors that we all dream to live in.
Ooh. Or you could be buying this to go in your quilting stash.
Absolutely.
This would be lovely for your
Yeah.
quilting stash. Maybe some summery placemats. We had breakfast in the garden on Saturday, Susie.
Ooh.
First time.
What,
So
without having to wear, thick jumpers, coats, and have an umbrella
Yeah.
over you. Yeah.
And I made
It doesn't-
nigellas, the thick pancakes.
Yeah.
Doing with maple syrup, fresh strawberries, no bacon. Oh no, that's
no,
wrong.
I don't get that. The
It's
bacon
wrong.
with fruit. Oh, and then they
No.
put maple syrup on. It's like, really?
No.
I make our pancakes with oats and grated apple,
Ooh.
instead of flour.
Love the blue combo. This is lovely. Bit of Liberty there. Bit of Wiltshire Shadow.
Yep.
I think that's possibly a Liberty as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's
yeah.
a Liberty. That's a Liberty.
And they're all from the Arthur's Garden one.
Very
collection.
nice. What a bargain again, £14.98 for 4 fat quarters of Liberty. I've only got 14 of those though. Watch that, that'll sell out. And then my last set, this looks like Dan Morris. This is Dan Morris. This is digital print, but looks like batik.
Yeah.
But it's a digital print.
Ooh, that looks like fish eyes. That.
Yes, yes. Isn't that cool? And again, I just think that would be beautiful for a beachy or a holiday bag.
And you could
And
get
I think
to ombre.
you could ombre it. You absolutely could, in which case you might go that,
Yeah.
that, and that.
That would look amazing.
Oh, that would look lovely. Yeah, really nice.
On the other side, you could do the other way round.
Yeah, you could.
That'd
Yeah,
be
you
really
could.
cool.
Loads of ideas. £15.98 for that
Oh,
one.
shut up.
Wow. Right, loads of options. Don't forget, we do have kits to make the bag available. I've got 3 different kits. I've got a Tilda, I've got a Liberty, and I've got a Cafe. I'll just show you those again very quickly. We'll start with the Tilda. So here, you're getting 4 fat quarters. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. A bit boho, aren't they? And I like that because you've got boho fabrics with a sort of quirky boho bag style
Yeah.
as well. So they just marry up very well. You get your pattern included too for £22.99. That means you're paying £13. I'm terrible at maths. £9.99 for the pattern, £13 for the fabric. I'd knocked a penny off. And if it was up to me, I'd knock the penny off, believe me.
Yeah, but you're not allowed.
The kind of guy I am. We've got a Liberty version. Again, this lends itself very well to that sort of ombre idea of maybe starting with the red at the top and sort of cascading down with your scales, or the other way round, or mix them up. Go for a bit of
Sunrise or
contrast.
sunset.
Oh, yes. Yes. £22.99 again. What a bargain. And then my last kit option is the Cafe. So here you're getting 3 Cafe fat quarters, you get 1 solid. I mean, what a well-chosen solid to go with those fabrics. Beautiful. Again, just really summery, vibrant, joyful. brand new bag pattern 2 for $22.99. Right.
Right.
With a few other bits and bobs, we'll get to those later. Susie.
I'm probably using most of them.
Make me a bag.
Make your bag. Well, we might not get the whole bag finished.
Respect the fabric.
I shall try, but within the pattern there is a template for the scallop, so you haven't got to invent your own, but you can by all means invent your own, but I have given you the full size template.
Okay.
So I would suggest that the first thing you do is to copy it either onto stiff paper, or I use Mylar because then I know it will be there for a while.
Yeah, like a
Not
template plastic.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, template plastic or Mylar is perfect. Because you're going to use it over again. If you do it on paper, you might want to do more than one and stick them together to make it even longer. Because you can it is symmetrical, so you can make it continuous. So if you want to make a bigger project, then you can by all means. The other advantage of making it longer is that because you want to offset the scallops on the side, it means you've got scope to do that without having to shuffle the template.
Gotcha. Now you say scallop. Could it be a scallop?
It could be a scallop. It could be whatever you like. It could be a curved edged hangy thing if you want it to.
That would be a nice finish to put on a quilt as well, wouldn't it?
It would.
Inside the border.
Absolutely be really cool. I wouldn't actually use it as my border because that would be a nightmare to
As like on the end?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I was thinking almost like as an overlay
as an
on top of
it would be really cool. And but what you could do is do a double-sided one like we're doing and use it within a pillow edge,
around the
and so it pops
outside.
out instead of doing prairie points. That
You
would
see,
look really nice.
You get yourself a new pattern, you get Susie's scallop bag pattern today, and suddenly you have got a new skill that you can interpret in bags, quilts, cushions, even dressmaking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you could do this on a dress or a skirt.
Round the hem.
Round the hem, round the
We
waistline.
had asymmetric hems, didn't we, last year? So let's all have scallop hems this
Do
year.
it. I'm
Or
in.
scallop hems.
I'm in.
Right, so where do you start? First thing you've got to decide is which fabric is going to do what. I've suggested a cutting guide that gives each fabric a set place within the design. If that doesn't work for you, then mix it up and match it. I've played around with this particular set because I wanted that ombre look that Stuart was talking about as well. So I've actually pieced my lining so that I have a jazzy lining as well.
Ooh,
because I do like a fancy Nancy lining.
Me too.
I don't like boring, a bag usually has boring stuff in it, so make the rest of it look.
No, I agree with you. When you reach into your bag, why not see something
Absolutely.
beautiful?
Yeah. So I've chosen a fabric for the outer, and this is how I go about designing, how I lay it out. You want to cut your strips to make are going to make your scallops, and you want to audition them the right side out on your front, your bag front, to make sure that you like the look of how it's going to come together, and just lay them down.
Got you. Well, you've got that option because you make them off the bag, don't you?
Absolutely. So
you can
they will
play
be
around.
strips like this, and when you're placing the strips in order, you're then going to start drawing the scallops. Now it's maybe important. You might want them all the same. But what you want to try and do is offset, so you get some sort of movement within. So I didn't want them all hanging in the same way, so I've deliberately moved my template around so I get different
Got you.
start points, which is I do suggest in the pattern. But once you've got what you want, where you're going to draw your pattern. Now the allowance I've made for the strip is plenty big enough for the bag and to draw your pattern, and you're literally just going to draw with a fabric marker or chalk pen, whatever it is you use, around that template. And you can see that when sometimes I don't quite hit the mark. If you want to round off between, yeah, I know. It's a lot of it. It's a lot of it.
I'm only joshing.
Yeah, I've made a few of these, and this template has lasted. I'm impressed. It's only copier paper.
Thinking as well, you could use freezer paper for that, couldn't you?
Absolutely,
And then you could iron it onto the fabric.
Yeah, yeah, you can do whatever you like. Whatever works for you, whatever method. You can see I just like to doodle. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know about you, but sometimes the friction pens get a bit of grease on them.
Oh, okay.
So running them onto paper
Right.
cleans the nib as well, because we've sprayed with Best Press. So that's going to add a finishing to it. So I'm just making sure that you can see the line on
Are
camera
you
as well.
in love with the cherry blossom?
I
I'm
am.
using this at the moment.
I am quite impressed, actually.
I even put it on when I ironed this shirt. I even put it on that when I was ironing this shirt.
I did spray a bit on some blouse I was wearing. It does make a difference.
It
doesn't
does,
It,
it
I'd
does.
rather do that than anything else.
For anyone who's never used Best Press,
Yeah.
what is it? What does it do? Why is it so important?
So it's just your best friend, really. It's a sizing agent that is designed to stiffen the fibres in fabric without leaving a residue. So it means that for us as sewers, when we start sewing with it, it's not going to clog our needle, it's not going to damage the blade on your rotary cutters or your blades on your scissors, and you can sew through it with a sewing needle by hand, and it's not going to leave that tacky, sticky residue.
Right, which if you've ever used starch before, it can be flaky, it can look white on dark fabric.
Absolutely,
This
yeah.
doesn't do any
Yeah.
of that.
And also, when you press, you get a really nice, crisp press afterwards. It makes a phenomenal difference.
So when you talk about it stiffening the fabric, it's not like it won't stand up by itself.
No.
But it's got more body.
It has. All it does is bring those warp and weft threads into alignment, if you like, and just sort of makes them stand their place.
Kind of makes the fabric behave itself.
It does,
Makes it
yes.
easier to handle. Really worth trying if you've never
It
tried
is.
Best Press before. And it's aerosol free. It's a trigger action. The bottles last for ages, although the way I use it,
I was
my
going to
good-
say, does
it
it?
don't last
Does
that
it?
long. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, true enough. But they are lovely. It's a big bottle, 499 millilitres. Don't ever be told it's 500.
No.
It's very much 499.
99. Yeah.
It just makes me giggle that it's so precise.
So ridiculous. Right, but yeah, Best Press. And you can layer it up as well. So if you do need something to be just that little stiffer for turning or whatever it is, then you can, once you've pressed it,
Yep.
put another layer on.
So you go thin layer, iron it dry,
Yeah.
another thin layer, rather
Yeah.
than saturate
Yeah,
it.
if you saturate, all you're going to do is achieve a beautiful smelling ironing mat,
Right.
not necessarily a
Great tip.
best tipped,
Great tip.
best pressed piece of fabric. Yeah, and also you're going to use far more than you would ever need
Yeah, you
if you
don't
did
need
it
to
in
do that.
layers. Yeah, it's all about layers.
Layering.
There's a quote.
So you've got
Right,
two
so-
layers of fabric there,
Yeah,
right
sorry.
sides together.
Right sides together, and then you're going to stitch on that line. I've allowed for the seam allowance within the template because I find it easier, I personally find it easier to sew a curve on a drawn line than invent a line myself. So that's why I'm drawing that. So I shall do that. And my tip for sewing curves, halve the speed on your sewing machine that you would normally do. Give yourself the best shot,
Okay.
to be honest.
Regular stitch length, slightly shorter.
Well, I use the quilt stitch length on the 780,
1.8.
sorry, which is 1.8, yeah, which is, and the normal straight stitch is 2.4, so it is less.
So that helps you sew a curve as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. So, and just take your time. And you know what? If it goes slightly off-piste, does it matter? It's not the end of the world, is it?
No.
There are
Details on screen, by the way, are for the fabulous Brother 2700, which is the combined sewing and embroidery machine. We've knocked £100 off it today. That's about a 20% saving on the price of the machine. It was supposed to be yesterday, Susie, only, but when I came in, I was like, hang on a minute.
Yeah,
I want that deal. So we've got it today,
Did
just
you
till
throw
midnight.
your toys out the pram?
No, but I did stamp my feet very lightly.
Ah.
It was more like tap dancing. How many have we got left? 3 left, that's it. 3 left on the deal, that's all. So if you want it, we had 5, we've got 3 left. It is an amazing deal. I was prepared for an amazing embroidery machine. I expected an amazing embroidery machine. I didn't think the sewing machine would be so great. It's fabulous. The sewing machine is fabulous. So you get a fabulous sewing machine, a fabulous embroidery machine, and 2 massive hoops. The hoops are huge. The hoops are huge, which means the embroideries that you can do on your embroidery machine are huge. It's so easy to swap between the 2. You literally pull the accessory box off. You've got your free arm there. You can do free motion quilting on it as well, of course. And then you just slide the embroidery module on. It clicks into place and it kind of triggers a switch which tells the machine we're in embroidery mode now. So you don't have to do anything. It's so easy. It's so easy. And of course, your embroidery machine uses the same bobbin, the same threading system, automatic needle threader. So, I mean, just a brilliant... If you've ever thought, well, I might dabble with embroidery, but, you know, I don't want to justify buying a whole embroidery machine all on its own. These combo machines are amazing. Amazing. Do you do machine embroidery, Susie?
No.
We need to get you into it. I've always gone, no, not for me. Oh, I'm obsessed now.
Are you?
Yes.
I am going to tackle a piece. I've been asked to do.
But you can
some
use it for quilting as well.
experimenting. Yes,
You can use it
that's
for
true.
quilting.
Yeah.
You can get quilting motifs. You can get red work motifs.
See, that I love. I love
Yeah,
that.
you know, but you can, I mean, actually, isn't our lovely, who does our lovely red work?
Mandy
Our lovely-
Shaw.
Mandy Shaw, thank you. She's doing digitised red work
Yes,
designs for
she is,
embroidery machines
yeah.
now. Well, they would work with your brother 2700.
They would look beautiful.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, I digress.
No, it's fine. So I've sewn round. What you then want to do is to clip round that seam and just take the seam allowance down to bare minimum, really. And when you get to the curve bit, you want to take that cut right as far down as you can.
To the stitching.
Yeah, if you can, get right close to that stitching without cutting the stitching, that would be really cool.
So you mark your curves, you sew your curves, and then you cut. You don't cut out curves
No.
and then try sewing round them.
No, because I just find it easier to manipulate the fabric when
Yeah.
it's a whole
Oh,
rectangle.
it would be so hard to try and sew
Oh,
those curves.
I've
and
done it
cut them
both
out.
ways, and this is the way that worked. And then what you want to do is just go in, and you want a good pair of scissors that have got a really sharp point to them. Don't use the pair that you've also unwrapped the latest parcel from delivery or
Right.
cut out, you know, your paper chains for Christmas.
Right.
Make sure they are good, sharp dressmaking scissors. You don't have to have a massive pair like this. It's just this is the pair I picked up. But I know last time I was in, I was given the bumblebee scissors, cutter bee ones. They've got a really good point to
Oh,
them.
cool.
But I think the ones that I've got with me, you haven't got at the moment, so I haven't used those today because that's annoying for everybody. But you just want to clip round. Now, for 2 of these sets of 2, you don't need to neaten the top edge, but for the others, because they're layered, you will need to neaten. Now there's 2 options. You can either stitch a 1/4 inch all the way down that long seam and turn it all through. And you remember you've got 2 open ends, so turning through is a bit of a trick, but it's not impossible. You just take your time. Or the other option is to do what I've done with this one is what I suggest in the pattern. Sew your curves, then you turn it through and you're literally just turning it inside out. And your fingers, if you act your fingers like finger puppets, you'll find you'll get a really quick turn on your curve as well, and it pushes that seam out really well. So finger puppet is a good option for that. And then when you've pressed it, at the same time, if you press that raw edge by 1/4 of an inch, when you come to stitch these into place on the bag, you're going to stitch along that edge anyway. So it saves you all that battle of turning through.
I think that sounds like the best option.
It's
And that's
the
covered,
easiest.
isn't it, by the next row anyway?
Yes. So when you're layering these up, if you're going to box the bottom, cut the square out now before you start layering. If you're not, then you can obviously start layering. Now, I tend to not go beyond the seam allowance of the bag but if you want the scallop to hang below, that's up to you. It's your design.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But if you're going to box the bottom, you must come above the box, because otherwise you'll catch the scallop in the bottom.
Yeah.
And then you start arranging how you want them to be. And you can either have them so that you can't see the bag, the scallop line with the next row, so that would go like that, but that will mean that your scallops won't probably come up quite so far on your bag. It's up to you. Or you can equidistantly space them.
Posh.
I know, get me.
Good word there.
You can just space them out, but remember you're working from the bottom up. Don't try and do it the other way around, because it won't work. And you can flip them as well, and you don't have to have the same fabric either side. You can have different fabrics. I think in both my samples they're all different, so you can mix and match. But as you place them, once you're happy, you're going to start stitching them, and you'll need to start from the bottom up, and you just stitch along. Now, it's a great opportunity to use some of your decorative stitches. I've used blanket stitch with it along the edge. I've straight stitched some of them. It's also a good idea to experiment with different threads, so variegated threads. You can changing a thread and a bobbin takes seconds, but can make a big difference to a project, rather than just thinking, oh, well, I've got cream in my machine, I'll just stick with cream. That's, we don't need to do that.
No, this is already kind of, quirky fun. I mean,
Absolutely.
throw everything at it, why not?
So once you've got all those in place, you'll stitch that last one, but you don't have to stitch it in place just yet, because what you would then do is cut your border piece. Whoops, that's not my border piece, that's my border piece. That goes over the top, and you can sandwich all that together, and it all comes in together, which is why you don't...
So on that last one, you don't need to turn the raw edge in?
So that will end up like that,
Got you.
caught in that seam, and that gives you that top band at the edge.
Love that.
And then the other side, I've only put one scallop on, but if you want to put more, then if you can cut more from your leftover fabrics. Also in the pattern, I've given you the instructions, if you want to add a zipped pocket into your lining.
Yes, if I just open this bag up...
Turn it the wrong way around, like I had it earlier.
Well, I'll just turn it inside out and I'll show you. So you've got like, I always call these like a letterbox zip.
Yeah.
This sort
I think
of thing.
technically they're called a concealed zip pocket, aren't they?
Okay.
But it's not exactly concealed, is it?
No, it's
especially if
right
you
out
use
there.
a quite purple zip. Yeah.
But you've got your zip there and you've got a lovely little pocket inside.
And again, I've suggested measurements for the pocket size. All you just have to bear in mind is it needs to be smaller than the dimensions of your lining.
Yes.
Because otherwise it's going to get caught in your lining. But it is fully contained within itself, so you can make it, a good size.
Yeah, lots of little options and little sort of mix and
Absolutely.
match approach, which is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's what I always want something to be, a versatile working project, rather than something that you'll make and then just think, not sure about this. Right, handles.
Do you know what
I
I
was
want to do,
gonna say.
Susie, on this bag?
What do you want to do?
I want to draw a tail
Yeah, mermaid.
and insert a tail
Yeah.
into that bottom seam that
And
hangs
make
down.
it into a mermaid. Yeah. especially if it was in teals. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Now, just want to mention a couple of other things. Don't forget, we've got some lovely fat quarter bundles in the show. No pattern included, just 4 fat quarters, loads of great value there. I've also got some really cool Bozel products on the show as well, which we don't often get, just worth mentioning. We've got the polytherm fleece. How often do we want this for projects, Susie?
A lot.
A lot. This is the one, not the Thermolam, which is just a compressed fleece that helps to hold the heat in. This is that proper heat reflective batting that you can use for things like lunch bags and hot pads, mats on the table where you can put your warm dish on the table, oven mitts,
Ironing
board bags and ironing boards, yes, absolutely. So this is that reflective stuff. Really, we don't often have this.
No.
$11.99, and that is for a 36-inch by 31-inch.
Definitely
piece.
need that.
Do you know what? We're going to do a little deal on this.
Are you?
You'll be getting your credit card out, Susie. Watch this. $9.99 for this.
I definitely need one saving, please.
Well, I'll pop it under the counter. $9.99 for that. So that's ace. That's ace. So you could get a pair of oven mitts out of that. Very popular.
Just
Now,
remember, though, to line both sides.
Yes.
Don't just do one layer between 2 bits of fabric. It's both sides need to have the polytherm, because otherwise it's not heat resistant.
got you. Good tip.
Sorry.
Good tip.
That was very bossy.
Very bossy, but also important. Now, mug rug shapes. These are really fun. Mug rug shapes. So I love a mug rug. So there's a circle and a rounded rectangle. Are we doing the round ones? The writing's really small, I can't read it. Rectangle, that's fine. Right, nope. So you get 4 of these. Now, just to let you know what this stuff is, I've got a larger thing here. So it's almost like it's a Craftex.
Yeah.
So it's like a thin, it's not a batting, it's thin, it's really sort of firm, very firm. And I've done like a placemat that I've been making here with this one. Right, so you put fabric on one side, and then you can put one piece of fabric on the other, or you can strip piece, or you can put patchwork or whatever you want. And I actually stitched and flipped,
Yeah.
and then you just bind the edge. Yeah, so you do exactly the same with these mug rugs. Now, this one, the rectangle, I know it's got a little curve on the edge. You don't need to use bias binding to bind this. You can use straight of grain. You get 4. I think that's really fun. You get 4. Now, we've also
Perfect
got the
size for a mug and a biscuit.
mug and a biscuit. Mug and a small slice of fruitcake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Susie always bakes. Susie always bakes. Circle. Get a great big jammy dodger on that, wouldn't you? Massive. Or
What?
wagon wheel.
Oh, no, now you've ruined it. Now you've ruined it.
Lost her. I've lost her.
Ruined it completely.
Yeah. Squashed fly biscuits. They're my favourite. Garibaldi's.
They're really hard to find now.
I know they are.
Really
Falling out of
hard.
favour. Malted milk. They're the circles. Anyway, $6.99 for those as well. Now, I've also got the
Other biscuits
placemats.
are available.
These are like chargers, aren't they? These
They
are almost
are,
like
actually.
chargers.
But really good down the centre of a table. You know, when you
Yeah.
put things in the dishes for lots of people to help themselves, they're brilliant size for the big serving
Really
dishes,
good.
aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So look, 4 of them in a pack should be $11.99. Check this out. Hello, $8.99. I know, right?
Same.
They're fusible on both sides, right? So you put your backing fabric on one side, and then you put your now, obviously, something like greaseproof paper to protect your ironing board if you're only fusing on one side, or a goddess sheet if you've got the applique sheets, you can use those. The other thing you can do with these, obviously, you can use them as placemats, chargers, that kind of thing. But you can also, if you cover them, bind them, and then you can actually layer 3 or 4 or whatever in a row, and then stitch around. stitch around and make a table runner out of the circles. Or you could have 3 like this or 4 like this and stitch around. So you can actually hold them together.
Yeah.
Options. A question.
Be really good for weddings.
Bought the Bozel thermal fleece. Does the silver side go on the contact side? So like in towards the food?
Well, I've never noticed a difference, if I'm honest, when I've used it.
I think technically speaking, the idea is that the shiny side reflects the heat. So if you want to keep something cold, then you need to reflect the heat that's coming from outside. So you put the shiny side on the outside to keep the heat from getting in. If you're trying to keep the food warm inside, you have the shiny side inside, so the heat comes out of the food but then is reflected back to the food.
Yeah.
Feels like a science show all of a sudden.
It is. Yeah.
Where are my glasses?
I'm going to extend.
I need my big glasses.
Oh, do you want a pair? Do you want a pair?
Feels so much
the other
smarter
thing
when
I
I'm
would
wearing
add is use cotton fabrics and cotton thread. Don't use polyester because it will melt.
Now, just to explain the science behind polyester, it's taking molecules.
Is
Convincing no one.
Is that the extent of your scientific
Susie, I'm
knowledge?
convincing nobody.
I did
Right.
biochemistry, so...
Nice glasses, though.
you.
Gorgeous. Right, next up,
Right.
I've got mitts.
You've got
Now, I've got Bozel chef's mitts. And this is a special insulating fabric which can withstand temperatures up to 450 degrees Fahrenheit, which is your sort of 220 centigrade,
it
which
is,
is
yeah.
your pastry and bread temperature. Two
I've
pieces.
got to get this cooked in a hurry temperature.
I'm just going to open it. Sorry again.
Or I've got to get this cooked in a hurry temperature.
Yes, exactly that.
Yeah, there should
Right.
be some samples of that because I made 2 sets.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So this is like a really thick batting. Can you see how thick that is? So, Susie, am I right? Do you have one on one side, one
Yeah.
on the other? So
Yes.
it's like a gauntlet.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
That's it. So your hand is fully protected.
both sides.
And when I made them, although that thumb doesn't look like it's split enough, when you stitch round,
yeah.
remember that you're going to be stitching that. That isn't in your outside your seam allowance.
No.
Because if you stitch beyond that, then that bit's not going to be heat resistant.
Right.
So you must
So you
include.
stitch through it.
Yeah, you stitch through it, which is
Walking
why.
foot.
Yes, I use my walking foot a much bigger stitch length than you
Yep.
think because you're going through a lot
Like a
of
3.5.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Again, cotton thread. And I made a lining just by using that as a template to cut my
Perfect.
lining.
Yeah.
And don't worry if the lining feels a bit big. Push it down as far as you know, because the more you've got insulating your fingertips,
Yeah.
the better, because that's where your heat.
Do you think, because I've got a wood burner and I've
Yeah.
got a gauntlet
Yeah.
for just like when you put the logs on, just to protect,
Absolutely.
would that...
Definitely,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, one of the things that they suggest within the website is that you can use it for pizza ovens and your outdoor ovens as well. So definitely a wood burner.
I'd love to get one of those pizza, the ones that stand up. They're so expensive.
Yeah.
I looked and I thought, I'll get one of those. I was like, how much?
I know. And
About
how often do you have
£500.
pizza? How often do you have?
About £500
Yeah.
for like a little tabletop one.
Yeah. Buy just a pizza stain. They're much.
Just buy a pizza.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
This is Craftex and in our form for nesting bowls. Now,
So that's the same concept as your placemats.
right.
You get 2 sizes, and the idea is, well, we were a little bit confused when I did this before. I personally...
So you get 3 different sizes there.
Yeah, you've got 3 sizes. I would use the 2 together to give, if you wanted something to really hold its shape.
Yeah. And what do you do? Do you like make a little tuck or something?
Yeah,
or
you
a
tuck
pleat?
the fabric
Oh, to bring
round
it
on
up.
itself to bring it up.
That's quite cool, isn't it?
Or you can cut into it and then stitch
Oh, yes, almost
together.
like a dart.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's a really cool idea. I
It
like
is
that.
a really good idea. And again, they're thermal heat resistant.
Yeah.
Not as heat resistant as the oven glove. It's only that chef's mitt that is
Yeah.
450. But again, they're really nice for soup bowls, cosy bowls,
Yeah.
to keep your soup warm
Yeah.
at the table. Obviously, you don't want to put the soup in it. You'll put it in a crock bowl. Just saying. 'Cause
Thank you.
John thought I'd totally lost the plot when I said that and said, won't it leak? Really, John?
Done. Right, good.
So that's what I would use them
Oh,
for.
yeah,
And
bread basket.
I said a bread basket because I love warm bread with soup. And if you warm the bread, doesn't it go cold? Or toast, you know, when you have folk, there's more than one of you at the table for toast.
Never.
Oh, okay.
Yes, there is.
Then
A message from Kirsty. Kirsty came just in time. Morning, Stuart and Susie. Love the scientist, Stuart. You seemed to be channeling. Magnus Phi.
yeah, to be fair.
Honestly. Right, I've also
close.
got the scalloped basket. Just going to open this. So there isn't a pattern included for these, by the way. Have a look online.
Actually, there isn't one online.
Oh, isn't there? Okay. So you just have to work it out for yourself. Well, but so you get 2 of these, right? And I think the idea, well, look, these are the baskets that they suggest you can make.
It's similar to the other one. You're going to make tucks in the corner.
So you like take up the sides and then make you make a tuck
Yeah.
to create the side like that.
Yeah, so when I did my scallop bag pattern,
Trim it off.
basket pattern, that is how I did it. I had a square and then you bring 2 sides and you can make them, can I come over?
Yeah,
Is
of
that
course.
right? You can make them smaller by bringing them closer together.
Got you.
But if you don't want to stitch them, my advice is put some ties on here or ribbons, and then you can tie them together to make your basket.
Yes.
And then store them flat.
Store them flat. That would be great, especially if you're doing seasonal ones.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice for Christmas or Easter
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
barbecues or
Easter would be great. Fill it with Easter eggs for your
And you
Easter egg hunt.
bind the edges, or what do you do to the rounded edge?
Well, you'd have to. Well, I'd probably bag it out. It would
Yeah.
be easier, wouldn't it?
That's true, yeah. I mean, it does say on here, designed from Christine Poor of Poorhouse Quilts.
Yeah.
And there is a pattern reference. So if you have a look online, you'll probably be able to find the pattern.
Possibly, but I found certainly with the chef's mitt that the pattern is no longer available.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what there is, but there's always something online you can adapt.
Oh, yeah, there's always
use.
someone very helpful,
Yeah.
isn't there? Is it this one here? Not got that. No, not got that. Fusible fleece in a roll.
No, haven't seen it.
Let's do it on the image. Let's do it off an image. Is it that?
It's probably the H640, is it?
Is it? It's just H640. Oh, that's fine. Ah, that's fine. I thought it was a Bozel project. No, that's fine. Right, here we go. Yep. So look, here we go. It is a 1 metre piece of H640. Yep. For $9.99. Is it 1 metre? Yeah. 1 metre by 90 centimetres of H640. It's one of our hero products here at Sewing Street, isn't it?
Yeah, and you'll need it for the tulip bag in my next
Oh,
one.
great. Fusible on one side. It's a fusible polyester fleece.
I buy that by the meterage because
Oh, for sure.
so useful.
So useful.
But it's not, remember though, it's not the same thermal property as the other products we've just
No,
shown.
right. It's just like
It
a
is
quilt batting.
just
but-
literally a stabiliser,
Yeah.
but with
Nice
glue
for
on it.
quilted clothing as well.
Yes, it is.
Very
Because
nice.
it washes really nicely without you losing much loft, which is what you need,
Yep.
isn't it?
Now, I've also got some Bozel pot holders. Now, what you've got here, you know I had that fabulous thermal insulating batting that could go up to 440 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, this is the same stuff as the chef's mitts, but it's cut into two 10-inch squares. Right, so you would use these for pot holders, but the proper pot holders that you can literally pick up, you know, your stovetop kettle or your casserole dish or something like that, or if a dish has been in the oven. Now, this should be $14.99 for the set of two. Not today. We're dropping that price under £10. It's $9.99. I'll take that. That's great. That's like a third off.
Great way to use that orphan blocks,
Yeah.
because that 10-inch is quite a good size, isn't
Yeah,
it?
for sure. Absolutely brilliant. We've had a couple of questions. Now then, morning, Stuart and Susie. Could I ask Susie,
Yes.
did she make her beautiful dress? It's great to see you back, Stuart, from Angie. Thanks, Angie. Diane says, good morning. Just switch TV on. I love Susie's blouse. Did you make it? If so, what pattern did you use, please? It's a dress?
It's a dress.
Did you make it?
I didn't, no. It was a bargain buy.
Is it? Where
Yeah.
from?
Am I allowed to say? It was actually...
Not really.
No. It was a high street.
Was it?
Yeah.
Hint.
Um,
Was it M&S?
no, it wasn't. It was...
Oh!
It was not M&S, no. It was one of the biggest
Oh, just say
stores.
it.
Oh, it's Primani,
Oh, wow, okay.
as we call it in our house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
it
there
was
you haven't said the name.
No, I haven't.
Primani.
Primani. And it was
Lovely.
in their checkouts, so it was literally a ridiculous
You
bargain.
literally got it out of the bin round the back of the
I
store.
did, yeah. Yeah, I'm a bin raider.
Susie,
I know.
what an
It's resorted to that. But no, it is good. But I am going to take a pattern off it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've got some Bozel in our form plus.
That's brilliant for picnic bags.
This is double-sided. This is a double-sided fusible, and it's bigger than normal. This is 36 inches by 58 inches. Normally, the pieces of Bozel, I think, are 18 inches by 58.
Yeah.
This is 36, so it's double that. It's a metre, isn't it?
Yeah, so
it's almost.
perfect for a massive picnic bag.
Great.
Or we have big
Oh, look at the price too. It's just dropped.
tubs.
£20.99. Great deal, that.
Or a
Great
weekender
deal.
bag.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
perfect
Big
size.
weekender bag would be lovely. That's everything I have on the table. What else have we got? Yeah. Okay. Now, don't forget, I've also got some fat quarter bundles. It'd be nice just to quickly run through these. I've got four different options. 4 different options. 5 different options, in fact.
I've just carried on sewing.
Sorry, love. Right. Okay. Let's do sunflowers first. So these are all Lewis and Irene. You've got some sunflowers, you've got bumblebees, and you've got bumbleberries. A fat quarter of each, $14.73. We don't often have fat quarters. A fat quarter, if you've never bought one, by the way, is half of a half metre. So the piece of fabric is that big. You get 4 of them. Really useful size and shape, particularly for quilting, but also pretty decent for bag making as well. So 4 fat quarters of sunflowers from Lewis and Irene for $14.98. Right, next one I've got is Liberty. Blue Liberty fabrics. Got some really lovely, and I love a bit of ombre. That's sort of light to dark. 20. Oh no. 4 different fabrics. $14.98. Gorgeous. Now, this could be for Susie's scallop bag, but equally it could be going in your stash. Could be going in your stash, couldn't it? Lovely. That's the Liberty 4. Love the quirkiness of the next bundle. Spoons. It's really cute. Really cute. You've got two different spoon designs and then some greens, some golds. Look at this. Love, love, love the dots. That looks like Ruby Star Society to me. That one.
That would be great fun to
Confetti
make.
or something.
A roll to put your cutlery in for picnics.
Oh yeah, that would be lovely. Or a jewellery roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous. 4 fat quarters for $14.98. I've also got a Dan Morris selection. This might be my favourite. This has got, again, that sort of ombre. Excuse me. It's got a sort of ombre look. These are digital prints, but they look like batiks, don't they?
Yeah.
Christine's just joined us, by the way. She says, good morning, gorgeous people. Stuart, Hillard, Susie Duncan. It's great to see you both back again. Good to be here.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it is. It is. Although it could be a bit warmer in here.
I know. Well, when I came over earlier, it wasn't really to see what you were doing. It was to have a warm off the island.
I know. It's a tad chilly in here.
Yeah. That's that. And then the last one we've got is a bit of a mixture, really. There's a bit of Cafe in there, a bit of Lewis Nyrene, and some blenders. But goes together really nicely. So there's your bit of Cafe. Got a bit of a blue blender.
That'd be a great one to fussy cut that cave, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be fun. I think they look like anemones,
I think, yeah, that's what, weren't they based on?
sea urchins.
Yeah,
So that's your 4. I rather like that.
yeah. I had
Lots
That was a
and lots of options.
quarter bundle I was given for a project. I can't
Oh,
remember who it was.
nice. Yeah, like that. $12.99. What a bargain. Right. So last little bit.
Right,
Little handle.
so yeah, I'm showing you the handles. So all I've done is I've finished the fronts, by the way. They're done. The handle, I cut it, the strip, I just like a shorter handle on this.
Yeah.
Because it's not a big bag. Fold it in, press and fold and press it in half, wrong sides together, and then turn in each side by 1/4 of an inch or more if you want a narrower handle, and then you're just going to bring those two together, and what I tend to do is press it together because then it holds. You can clip it if you want to, and then I would not be using my cream thread that's in my machine. I would use, I've got a really lovely variegated red,
Yep.
so I would use that, and I would go to town with some different decorative stitches.
Oh, lovely.
Or you can just do a stitch either side, whatever you want to do. And if
Yeah.
you want to make the handle sturdier, put a bit of the H640 that we've got on the show.
Perfect.
in
Thank
there.
you. Great. Lovely way of making a bag handle. Thank you, Susie.
That's all right.
Fabulous hour. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, Janet Clare returns. We've got, I don't like to say this because it sounds a bit negative, but what's left of Bluebell. It has been flying out. But also, we have got her fabulous, look at this Trinket quilt in a light version and in a dark, moody version. That's all coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this. And Susie, I will see you in an hour.
See you in an hour. Indeed.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey. Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello. I knew you'd be back.
And you.
I had to. Contractually obliged.
That's true. I'm just going to move the massive pair of step ladders.
There is poor cat. She runs around like a lunatic in those 4 minutes.
Janet, I don't think anybody noticed that.
We made her think, well,
Very discreet. Right. I can't stress how much this hour is a last chance saloon. Really, for everything I'm going to show you. I've got trinkets. Look at this quilt in a light background. It's stunning. It is stunning. The sort of optical effects. It's just incredible. This reminds me of the old kaleidoscopes.
I know.
The cardboard tube
yeah,
that you
with the
would
bits of
twist.
glass in the bottom. Yeah, lovely.
So cool. Beautiful.
Really nice to make. Really nice to make.
We've got that in a light, that's the light background version. We've got the dark background version, which has like sort of a navy background that really pops. I'll show you that in a second. But such limited quantities of both of those kits. So if you want either of those, you know, I'm just saying you might want to jump on now and check out your basket. Let's start. We've also got Bluebell, which is Janet's brand new fabric range, which launched today. We've already had loads of sellouts. The Bluebell quilt kit sold out, the 5-inch and the 2.5-inch charm sold out, and some of the individual fabrics within the Bluebell range have sold out too. However, I've got what's left. I will show you that this hour too, but really, pre-orders have been going absolutely wild.
So exciting.
It's wonderful, Janet.
It is. It's really lovely.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Because I know that you've been waiting a long time to bring Bluebell. Now, let's talk trinkets. Tell me about the design. Tell me about the fabrics.
The fabric is from a line that I did called Collage, and I was literally painting patterns onto sheets of paper and then collaging them all together to get really abstract effects. And it's a foundation pieced quilt, so nice and simple. You were demonstrating foundation in the first hour, I think, Stuart?
Yes, yes, indeed, I was.
I've got a little demo for that if we get time. And it's actually made from one block, can you believe? There's a one
That's
block
the
pattern.
bit I found really hard to see, and now I can see it.
So one block pattern. So you have this, which is the full size block, and then you half size it, and then you make the 4 of those, and that's what creates that optical illusion. Kat's got it now. She's got her eye in.
The pen is
dropped. You can
dropped.
see it. So really, really straightforward for foundation piecing. It's got one diagonal seam in, so that is really simple for foundation piecing.
Super.
And you just play very carefully where you put the fabrics. Foundation piecing gives you really sharp, crisp points, which are very satisfying. And it's just a lovely quilt to make.
Beautiful. Now, the quilt kit, we'll get the details on screen for the dark version. Now, this is a bit of a pale imitation, but it gives you an idea. We've printed this onto fabric just so you can get an idea. This is what the dark version looks like. Now, there's only 5 of this left. Actually, the image is better. Can we show the image, please?
Yeah, that's the difference.
So that's you see that deep inky intensity. That's gorgeous.
I think you get, sorry, I interrupted. I think you get more of an optical effect with the dark as well. It brings out, there's a circle going on.
I was going to say you get the illusion of curves, don't you, in circles. It's really extraordinary. Now, I do just need to let you know that pre-order was wild for this, and I only have 5 left. I knew if I hung on long enough, you'd
get a
tell
number.
me. There are 5 left. There are 5 kits left. It's £230. That's everything in the kit to make the top and the binding. It's 80 inches square. 80 inches square. However, you could make it rectangular, couldn't you? You could miss one row of blocks off.
You could.
You could make it rectangular. You could do a smaller square and a runner and some cushions.
You could. You can play with it. Once you've got those templates and you know how the fabric is going down, you can start playing with it and making it your own.
You really can. Now, just to let you know as well, I'm going to show you what's in the kit. Absolutely love the bag. Hope anchors the sole. You get your bag. you get your pattern. We love you, Janet.
Oh, thank you.
It's from Charlie. Is that my husband, Charlie?
Oh, I don't know.
I
He wasn't
suspect not.
supposed to message in.
He's lambing. It
He's
won't be
lambing.
him. We've actually,
Lambing.
can I just say, big announcement, we've finished lambing.
Hey!
Charlie's going to be so happy to have a lay-in. Our last 2 ewes lambed today, a single
Done
and
today.
twins.
Good.
We're done.
And they're all done. They're all healthy.
They're all healthy, they're all happy. We're done. We're done.
You're done. Till next year.
Right, I digress. So you get your bag, you get your pattern, you get your gorgeous. We'll look at that in a second, but I want to show you this because this is a lot of extra value. Janet mentioned that this is foundation pieced, and rather than, if you buy the kit, rather than you having to photocopy, you get all of the foundations printed, every last one printed for you on A3 paper.
A3 paper is been through the printer, so they're not photocopies, actually. They're being printed, so they are perfect. They're none of this measure the 1 inch nonsense going on. They're not photocopied. They're printed, and there's a couple of extras. I think you've got one sheet of the little half size and one sheet of the big one, so that you can have a practice.
Yeah.
Don't practice on your real fabric. Just keep your real fabric till you know that you can do it.
But isn't that, I mean, that's the extra step that you go for, you know, in a Janet Clare kit, you get that. So you get all of your foundation. You do also, of course, get the master copy in your pattern.
And that's full size as well.
So, you know, but, I mean, copy one of these back because you make this quilt again and again.
It's a really useful thing, and it's one of those designs that changes every time you colour it in.
Oh,
you can really make it look different.
Look at this gorgeous fabric that you get. I love this chartreuse.
That sharp
Beautiful.
green. Love
It
that sharp
is.
green.
It's so fresh. It's so zesty. It's full of life, isn't it? What kind of mood were you in the day you did that, Janet? I bet Tony kept out the way. This one with almost like sort of block lettering on it. You've got like the graph paper style. This is beautiful. That colour's
I just love that colour. It's really interesting to me, that colour. I just love it. I'm drawn to it. If I see it in the shops, I'm drawn to it.
too. It's like, when is grey a green? When it's that colour.
Yeah.
But it's not grey, it's green.
Grey,
But
it's greeny, it's bluey, it goes with everything. Really nice.
absolutely
colour.
gorgeous. And then these dark I just love. This is your contrast, this is your depth, isn't it? Absolutely phenomenal. What a stack of fabric. What a beautiful stack of fabric. This is the dark kit. I've got 3 kits left.
3 darks left.
This is going to sell out. Linda's got in touch. Linda,
Hello,
Linda. 2 hearts. 1 each or both for Janet?
Both for me, probably.
Honestly, you're probably right.
Probably right.
Julie's got in touch. She says, words. Morning, Stuart and Janet. Met you both at Stitch Festival. You are both lovely. Just ordered the Trinket pattern and foundation paper piece patterns from Julie and Ken.
Thank you very much. That was
Wasn't
great, that show.
Stitch Festival gorgeous?
Great show. Beautiful building.
Really fab.
And Islington is a really nice part of London to be in, isn't it?
It is. It is. I wished I'd been there for more days. I should be there for 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, come and
next
stay
year.
more.
Yeah. Now, actually, Julie's message does point one thing out, which is if you want to buy the stack of printed foundations on their own, you can. You can get these on their own. We'll put the details up on screen because we don't normally do things like that. But
No, we haven't either.
Genius.
And when we were making the quilt, we just thought tracing these is ridiculous. You're not going to retrace them. So they're really useful to have, and of course, paper we can keep in stock.
Yes.
It's the fabric that
Yes.
causes the issues because you can't get it again.
But this
the
is a
paper we
quilt
can
that
keep
you
in
could
stock.
make again and again and again.
Absolutely, in different colours.
I think the price is amazing, $17.50 for all of the foundations that you will need to make that quilt, 80 inches square, but I've only got 10 sets left.
28 sheets of A3 paper.
It's going to be another sellout. I think that's brilliant.
Thank you. 28 sheets of A3 paper.
You know,
we were all counting them yesterday. Me, Tony and Tessa. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lost count. 1, 2, 3.
but you know, what price your sanity? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
though?
exactly that.
Like if you're like, well, I don't have a printer that big. Can I find one? I've only got 5 left now. You know what I'm saying? Just what a bit. For $17.50, take my money.
Yes.
Take my money.
And the whole point of foundation paper is that you're stitching and
2
relying
left.
on the foundation.
Yes,
Because you're
the
not cutting
accuracy.
your fabric to the exact size and worrying about the angle.
And these,
or
of course, are printed.
They're printed.
Not photocopied.
They're not photocopied.
So they're
Everyone
completely
is
accurate.
pin sharp, yeah.
Well, pretty much sold out.
Thank
so
you.
very well done if you got yours. Just wanted to mention that. Now, I've also got the light version. Now, that's the one that's hanging behind Janet. Absolutely beautiful. If you've got a bedroom that's got 2 single beds in it or 2 double beds in it, a dark on one, a light on the other,
That'd be
nice.
gorgeous.
Or if you've got 2 big sofas in the sitting room, you could have one on one, one on the other.
It'd be lovely. And you could just switch this accent colour. I was talking to a lady at Stitch and she wasn't sure about this lime green. So I said that could be orange, it could be red, it could be yellow. You know, that you just need that sharp contrast.
I'm going to throw something in the
make it.
mix here,
Go on then.
Janet. What about taking 1 or 2 of the fabrics from Bluebell and supplementing this kit?
That would look fantastic.
Actually, to make it completely unique,
You could.
possibly bigger.
Yeah.
Because
you could go
remember,
bigger.
you can print more foundations.
Absolutely, you can. You can.
Just a thought.
Just have a play.
Because
Really
for my money,
useful.
Janet, blues, greens, whatever, they always go together.
They always go together, and you don't. I think if you've invested a lot of time into making something, you don't want to then get tired of it. So I'm not making really trendy, you know, not looking at the
No.
new trendy colours. They're fun. They're fun, but if I'm making a big quilt, I know I want to live with it forever, and I want to be happy with it forever.
Yeah, of course you do. I think it's stunning, absolutely beautiful. And it's a classic example of the whole being more than the sum of its parts, because where those blocks come together and you suddenly get the illusion of curves and interlocking, it's just magical.
Thank you.
What a brilliant design.
Nice, good fun, and it's a nice, easy make for foundation. It's a nice, easy make as
Easy
well.
to make. And of course, you'll be completely accurate if you wanted to make this with a friend.
That'd be a lovely retreat
You
quilt.
make half the blocks, I'll make the
Yeah.
other half. They
And
will actually
they
fit
will
together.
fit together.
Because they're foundation pieces.
Yeah, foundation.
This is the light version. Again, the fabrics are absolutely stunning. Again, classic, but also with a modern twist, with a freshness to them.
I quite like a geometric because I've just done flowers, as you know. But not everyone wants a floral quilt.
Agreed.
So a nice graphic, small scale, you have to look closely to see what the icons are, and it's just a really nice blend of textures and interest.
Oh, I mean, absolutely stunning. If you're making, you know, as you said, someone who doesn't like florals, doesn't want florals, I'll say it, if you're making for a man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Most men don't want a
Don't
floral
really
quilt.
florals.
Let's be
Yeah.
honest. If you're making, you know, your son who's off to university, or your daughter that's going off to
Yeah, they
university.
don't always want floral.
You know what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
but actually, it's really lovely to have fabrics which are non-gendered, sort of feminine, pretty,
Yes.
traditionally.
And that would be a child's quilt as well. I think, you know, you could make a
Oh,
little
yeah.
child. I mean, all those little trains and things are cute, but they grow out of them so quickly.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, you could make this for a child and then they'll take it to university and,
well,
to
and it's
their
a bed
first
size.
home.
You know, it's
Yeah.
a sensible size.
Yeah.
It's
Gorgeous.
a nice, useful size. Every now and again, I like to make a proper bed quilt.
Yeah, make a proper quilt, Janet.
Make a
Would
proper
you?
bed quilt.
Just do it. all that fabric, your pattern, all the foundations plus an extra, remember, your master copy or your trial copy. Also your bag to keep it in.
And you can do things with the bag.
Show me that. Show
Look,
me.
I've made,
Oh, wow.
just added some pom-pom trim, made myself a little, because we have so many of those tote bags, don't we?
We do.
And they're just cotton, and I put it through the washing machine and the text is absolutely fine, works beautifully. And then a little bag.
Janet, I've got to tell you, it's so fun. We've got a producer we wouldn't normally have. Look, give us a wave. There she is. There's Rachel.
Hello, hello.
There's bless her naivety. She genuine, and you could hear the genuineness. Saw the cushion, she went, oh, that's lovely. Can I have that? Like you were just going to say, yes. Just take the quilt. No, you can't.
You can make it.
Good. Yes, you
You can make it. You used to have, I've shown this with John, and you did have some pom-pom trim.
Yes.
It may not be there anymore, but it's nice and easy to find, and it jazzes it up so much, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely.
So no
brilliant.
waste. Use what you've got.
Yeah, fabulous.
Good
It's a really
fun.
cool idea.
It's just fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Now, this quilt kit, we had a few more of these, but I've less than 20 of them. They're flying out. How many do I have? Oh, my goodness me, I've got 14 now. I had 20 literally 60 seconds ago. I've got 14 of these left now. Janet, Claire, what are you doing to us?
To a day.
Can I have the
honestly.
giveaway back, by the way? Can I have the giveaway? I'll mention that in just a sec. Hi, you both. Can you tell me how much fabric in the quilt, please, in the Trinket quilt? Do the honours.
We'll have to do some sums. There is 1, 2. Oh my God, there's loads. There's loads. You're up to like 6, 7 yards, easy. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10? Over 10 maybe.
Yeah,
Over 10.
over 10 yards. Yeah.
Tony will be shouting at the television. He will be shouting the number out.
Well, what I'm thinking, Rachel, can you just show us the message again, please? It's from Yvonne. How much fabric is in the quilt, please? I'm wondering if Yvonne wants to make Trinket in Bluebell, because that would be stunning.
It would be
What I would say,
lovely.
Janet, can we show the back of the pattern
Yep.
with the fabric requirements? Ollie, can you get in tight enough? I'm just thinking, Yvonne, and anyone else that wants to do this, if we can grab that, we could see that, yeah.
And
that's
then
awesome.
what
and then you can use that, because you
As a
actually
guide.
get two different amounts if
Yeah.
you're doing the light
Right.
version or the
Or
dark
the dark.
version, isn't it?
Yeah, and the binding and the backing. We put the binding in with your kit, but of course you can get that at a later date if you want to.
Yeah.
And then what I do is I would be cutting a bit of my fabric, substitute fabric, and putting it over the top of those icons, so
Oh,
you
great
can
idea,
tell
yeah.
which ones you've swapped out.
Yes. Yes, make yourself a little key
Yes.
before you start.
Yeah, because you get
it's a great
so
idea.
confusing, particularly with the foundation, with the fabric placement. I mean, that design will work if you make it scrappy, but you will lose that optical illusion. So if you want the illusion, you need to keep those tonal values in the right place.
Yeah, but straightforward enough to
Oh,
do.
yeah, absolutely.
Jen has asked a question too. She says, hi, Janet and Stuart. Which paper piecing technique would you say is easier, foundation or English? Oh, I know what I'd say.
Well, easier, I think, is a tough one because one's
Yeah,
hand sewn and
yeah.
one's machine.
Yeah.
I think foundation's probably easier.
1,000 times.
When you get your head round, upside down and back to front,
'Cause
I
the
think
thing-
foundation's easier.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because the thing is, you could piece that quilt with templates.
Absolutely.
You could piece that quilt by hand with English paper piecing.
Yes, and you could do Y seams if you were insane enough.
Good, thank you. Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. there. I would say foundation piecing all the way. It is such a useful technique. It is too useful and too fabulous not to be in your toolbox. Learn it, practice it. If you find it difficult to start with, join the club. Everybody does.
Everybody does. Everybody still messes up.
Everybody found casting on and knitting, plain knitting, hard the
Yep.
first time and the second
Yes.
and the third, but you
Yep.
persevere, it becomes something you can do with your eyes shut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't be put off because you struggle the first time.
No, it's a really good skill. And it's actually the only way to get those minuscule sharp points.
Really sharp points. Now, if you shop anything Janet Clare today, you will be going into a prize draw. This is something money can't buy. This is a giveaway from Janet Clare to celebrate her 2nd anniversary on the channel. We are super lucky to have Janet Clare with us here on Sewing Street as one of our wonderful guests. She's a Moda designer and has been for over 12 years. She's an icon in the industry. Everybody knows who Janet Clare is, and she's my guest. And my friend. This is a piece of her original art. You could win this. Winner will be announced, I think, tomorrow. I get to do that tomorrow.
Exactly. That's
Yay.
lovely. And it's staying here.
Really
so
special.
Sewing Street will send it out, presumably in your order. I don't know
Yeah.
how it will go.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's fab.
We'll find out.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. So, if you buy the pattern for Trinket, let's do that next. You want the pattern? We got it. We got it. The pattern for Trinket. So you could make a Bluebell version. Now, you don't need the pre-printed foundations for this because you do get a master copy included
Yes.
for the large and the smaller version. And you know, I actually think the easy would be to go to a printer and get them to print them off for you.
I would not be tracing them.
No.
I do, with smaller foundation
$11.99.
things, I've traced onto a really fine interfacing.
Yeah.
And then that doesn't need to be removed, that can stay in. But you are not tracing A3 sized sharp points on interfacing. It just will not go well.
No.
So, yeah, you really, really need to trust that foundation. So.
Now, Sue has access to an A3 photocopier, which is another really good option, Sue. And yes, to answer your question on Facebook, you do get the master in the pattern for
Yes.
$11.99. So here's the pattern that you get. So this is the smaller version. This is the smaller version of the foundation. So you get that. But then you also get a fold-out sheet,
The A3
and this is your
size.
A3 size. So if you've got an A3 printer, easy. If you haven't, you could tape paper
You
together.
could tape it. You could. It has got the 1 inch square there for you to check your measurements. And yes, you can trace it yourself and you can tape bits of paper together. But as we've both said, foundation is accurate because you're trusting the paper.
Yes. Now, a question from Collector in Northumberland who asks, is it beginner friendly?
I don't see why not, actually, because you are making it in 2 triangles, basically. And for foundation, let me put this in the right place. For foundation, this is very straightforward
Very.
because you've got one diagonal seam which runs sort of along there. So you've really just got diagonal lines to stitch through where you place the fabric. So although you've got quite a lot
of fabric in the
yeah,
block.
you've got quite a lot of fabric in that point there, but it will be fine. Genuinely, don't cut into your good fabric until you're familiar with foundation
Yeah,
piecing.
make some extra foundations, print some extras.
Yes.
Use
Yes,
scrap. I mean,
and
this
do
would be
that.
a fabulous scrap quilt, let's be honest.
Oh, it's lovely, and it will look different every time you make it. Every block could be different. And also you can use your templates and put a big seam allowance around it, and then that's what you use to cut out your fabric. So you can make it quite thrifty as well.
Yeah, you don't need
so
to
you're
cut
not
out a massive chunk.
Don't cut out a massive chunk. But yes, if you are willing to persevere, then there's no reason why that couldn't be your first foundation piece quilt.
I would totally agree. I would say that's a very beginner friendly for a foundation piece project. That is a very, very good one to start with. There's nothing complex there. Last chance though, this hour, I've got less than 20 of this pattern with master copies of the foundation included. Less than 20 of these. And as I say, a fantastic scrap quilt. A message from Linda. She says, I love foundation piecing. It's so accurate. I've bought the pattern and the papers to make in the Bluebell
Oh,
fabric.
hooray.
We need to
Please
see
share
that.
that with us. That would be
Really need to see
gorgeous.
that. Absolutely brilliant. I want to do a little shameless plug for you, Janet.
Do you?
You run a workshop at Janet Clare HQ every month, don't you?
Not
For 10
quite every
people.
month.
But you could.
Not quite, I could. I could.
For 10 people.
10 people
10
come to
lucky
my
people.
studio, and yes, so I teach drawing with the sewing machine, and I also teach a design-based course where you come with your own idea and I help you get it from an idea and get it into textiles.
Lovely.
It's a really, really nice thing to teach.
I just thought I'd throw that out there because,
Thank
you
you
know,
so
so
much.
often we think, oh, I'd love to spend the day with you. Well, you can.
In my studio, and I don't hide anything, so you will see.
Oh, do you
You
tidy
can't
up?
take photos.
Do you tidy up?
I do tidy up. Have you heard of scurry funging? You won't need to do it. Stuart wouldn't need to do that. It runs a very tight ship. But scurry funging is to frantically tidy up before guests arrive. So there will be scurry funging the day before you arrive.
Good.
And but what you don't take photographs when you're in the studio. And well, you can take photos, but you're not allowed to post them to socials.
Fair enough.
Because I don't hide things, so you can see what my new sketchbooks, you can see what I'm working on.
That makes
all
sense,
the
so you
new
don't want
fabric
that
and
out
everything.
there. Yeah.
I'm not allowed to.
No, of course not.
They, Moda have give you a release date. But yeah, I absolutely, genuinely love teaching. And I love being in my own space because, you know, we teach a lot, don't we? And you're in a church hall somewhere and there's nothing there. If you haven't physically, if somebody hasn't physically brought it with them, you're not getting it. And it's so nice to have everything at your fingertips.
Oh, I'm coming for a rummage.
Come.
I'm coming for a rummage. There's 8 patterns for Trinket. You'll regret saying that, Janet, I swear. $11.99, $8.99. If you buy the kit for Trinket, you get your pattern included. If you've bought the foundations on their own, you need the pattern separately. That comes separately. If you get the kit, £230. We've only got the light version left, haven't we? Has the dark version sold out? Oh, I've got one.
Oh.
I've got one of the dark. And then how many light?
Drum roll.
Not many. 9.
9.
9 left. 9 left of Trinket Light. That's the one hanging behind Janet now. And then 1 left of the dark. Can we just show the image of the dark one, please? I'll show you the dark. There's 1 chance
Just
left.
1 left.
And that really is when that's gone, that's gone.
I think that's probably it.
Yeah. Because it's difficult to get the... Well, you
It's
can't
the
get
fabric.
The fabrics.
It's the fabric.
We'll try and get the dark image. We'll try and get the dark image. Right.
Exciting day.
Janet, come and join me.
I'm going to come and join you.
Join me. Watch the step ladder.
Watch the step ladder.
Because this is your brand new range.
It is.
Bluebell.
Bluebell, we've been waiting.
So beautiful. We've been waiting for this for such a long time. Now, first of all, there's 24 pieces in the collection. Do I still have any mega bundles left? No mega bundle, right. So you cannot get the whole collection anymore because this one is sold out. Okay, so I'm going to take that out.
That's gone.
Are there any others, Rachel, that have sold out?
We could get...
Oh, Sue says, yeah, you have no idea of the inner joy I have to have just found the Trinket pattern in my stash.
Oh, fantastic.
That's lovely. Steph says, Stuart, if you had sewing days at your studio, I would bring you cake. Well, that is a temptation.
That is. They could, do you know what? You should have like retreats around lambing time. Everyone like banging on all the doors going, get up, get up.
Oh yes, come and help with the lambing. Actually, I think a lot of people would be up
I
for
think
that.
I would be, yeah. It'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Oh, and Sue says, I find just helping at the craft group challenging at times because you get used to your sewing room organisation, and I do find it disorientating. It's true, isn't it? When you go to that village hall, you think, oh, I just need my seam roller. Oh, I haven't brought it.
Yeah, because you can't bring everything with you.
But in your studio, for your workshops, you've got all your stuff.
I've got everything.
Oh, I so
got
want to come for a
everything.
rummage. Right, everything.
Come.
Oh, I've got 2 mega bundles.
Oh,
right.
there's 2 mega bundles.
Right.
That's good.
Okay. All what, sorry? Right, yeah. So actually there are 2 mega bundles left. Right, details are on screen. So for 189.76, you get 12 meters of fabric. So 24 half meters. That's incredible. Half a metre of everything from the collection. It's the only way to get your hands on every fabric from Bluebell, because some have sold out now, and I doubt very much if we'll be able to get them back in stock. Classic colourways, but fresher, beautiful, reimagined, starting from Cyanotype, which, as you said, was an early form of photography.
Photography, one of the first light-sensitive paper and fabric.
Now, you are saving £14 on that bundle price. Also, though, and I think this is a great time to use split pay. We do split pay. If you've never used split pay before, it's an option. You pick when you check out. You pay, in this case, it's in thirds. So you pay, is it £63.25 today. You don't have to wait until you've paid the other 2 payments. You get the full collection in 3 to 5 working days. Next month, we take another £63.25, and the month after, the last payment, you're done. There's 0 interest. You don't pay a penny more for choosing that option. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to go through credit checks at all, okay? It's just an option. If you choose it, you get it. I think that's great. Now, last opportunity. Now, let's just look at some fabrics that we didn't get time to look at earlier on.
All of them.
I love the script
The
fabric.
script. So that started from...
Just pop it
there.
Right.
I actually found a will. I've probably still got it on my trolley somewhere. And we made an acetate of it and started playing around with the fabulous Kathy. And you can just make out the odd word. But I wanted a really interesting stripe that told a story as well.
Let me just see if I can... I hereby bequeath my entire quilting stash to Stuart, Hillard.
I forgot I said that.
Oh, literally everything. My sewing machines.
Everything.
The dog.
Because, you know, yeah.
Why not? It's fab. I love it.
It's just a really interesting stripe. And the collection needs a storyteller, and it needs textures, and it needs something that you can read like a stripe, something that reads like a dot.
Janet, I'm just thinking a pinstripe shirt.
Oh, yes.
That way, vertical, isn't it?
That would be gorgeous.
It's lovely.
As I said, that digital cloth, a bit more drape,
Yep.
bit
100%
finer,
cotton.
100% cotton.
849.5 metre. That's the lightest. Now, the next sort of moving through the tones, this is that sort of mid-toned blue, almost a cadet
It's
blue.
like a carbon copy, isn't it?
Oh,
it's
yes.
like that carbon colour.
Yes.
Really, really nice and subtle. Again, just the detail the digital printing has got is, you know, astonishing. Because
the clarity.
The clarity of it.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah. Nice, pretty colour, that one.
Yeah, lovely. I've only got 12 units, which is 6 metres. It's nothing. It's nothing. Right, the darkest blue next. I'll take that, Janet. You have that.
Will you?
Well, quite, yes. In my dreams.
This one will, presumably this one that we're demoing is all counted in the stash as well. We'll be folding this up.
We will, very carefully.
There you go. This one, lovely. That's the Prussian blue, and that the colour is consistent throughout the whole collection. So, and it goes with all my other blues as well that you've had before. This is just a Prussian blue.
Yeah, and I like as well, it's like a, you know, it's a nice deep navy, but it's not like when we go, oh, is that black or is it blue?
Yeah.
It's definitely blue.
It's definitely a blue. It's a pretty blue.
Lovely. And then the last one we've got, what colour is this?
Jadey green. I forget what I call it now,
Yeah.
but it is like a jade green. And I was mixing the sap green and the Prussian blue paint. So
Oh, is that how you
That's
mixed it?
how I mixed it. That's how you got the colour. It's one of the colours that you came up with. Again, really pretty classic colour.
I do think that sort
Nice.
of jade, navy,
It's classy.
cream white, grey, you could
Yeah,
mix in some
with a
grey.
lovely grey. That would look lovely.
Delectable.
Really classic. You're not going to get fed up with it.
No, absolutely. And it's got a lovely, it's classic, but it's also got a lovely kind of modern feel to it as well. It's fresh.
It's fresh.
Colour
There's a
combo.
lot of space between the icons, and that light, the green just really just softens it up.
Lovely. I always think green brings energy and life, literally life to a project.
I love green. It's very hard to find green fabric. It's not as popular everywhere in the world.
Interesting.
But yeah, I love green.
Now, next up, we've got
no,
this delightful
Yes, there's a
little
little
sprig. I'll show you the
sprig.
3 colour options.
It's a little
So there's a
sprig.
cream, there's a pistachio, and the blue. Almost got something of the paisley about it, but
It
not.
has, and that was
These are the bluebells.
Yes, this was a little piece that I pressed, a little piece of flower that I pressed, and it was so pretty that I started playing around with it. And this one's got a tiny little green dot in
That's
it.
gorgeous. Can we start with that one? This is the darkest blue. And again, I really think these smaller prints lend themselves beautifully to dressmaking, but of course also, I mean, essential in quilt making.
Yeah, and no matter how small a piece is, you get a little snippet of something, and it's never a solid background. I don't know whether you can see that, but there's a slight tonal value to the background as well. And just to complicate things, here you go. This is actually a laced print, so that is what the background is. I don't know whether it's picking up at all.
Yep.
It's actually, let me go and grab it. It's a piece of lace that we did in Cyanotype.
Oh, I can see that
And
now.
it's very, very, very subtle,
can
particularly
see
on the
that.
cream. But that is actually what's in there. So it's very subtle, but it's not a solid. So you're not putting a really subtle, beautifully printed digital print with lots and lots of tonal values next to a, you know, thread dyed, completely solid, you know, roller coaster. It's got that subtlety to it. And I just love that Moda let me be that specific. You know, I'd want the most subtle hint of a
Well, it's
lace
based on
print.
12 years track record, isn't it, of delivering wonderful,
Thank
you know,
you.
iconic, well-loved ranges.
And they're very, very keen on keeping your integrity of what the artist want, you know, would ideally like to have. So the cream one's like that as well, but it's almost imperceptible on the cream.
Show the cream one next. There's the cream. Oh, just doing this.
Yeah,
bluebell one.
choose that one.
Yeah.
There you go. It's pretty, isn't it?
It's lovely. Again, it's got the look of a sort of, like, is it mid-18th or mid-19th century shirting?
Yes, it
Like
has.
a shirting
Yeah.
fabric, but less formal.
Less formal, and these little dots of that green just give it and that the way it's a toss sprig, just a bit of energy to it.
Love a tossed sprig.
That's what they're called,
I
yeah.
know.
The ditsies. Ditsies, toss sprigs, dots, stripes.
Yeah. Well, this is where I think if you are, like I love, well, you and I both love sort of traditional, like Civil War style
yeah,
prints,
yeah,
things
beautiful.
like that, where they're like this, but they're very formal.
Very
They're
formal.
Definite little
Yes.
geometric, whatever. You just bring a naturalism to it, a freshness.
Thank you.
But it still appeals to my love of traditional
I
fabrics.
just love that traditional and that heritage of the vintage quilts and the antique quilts and the people who made them and the families that treasured and cherished the quilts.
Oh, absolutely.
That we've still got them. So,
Still say.
still say he needs a shirt.
Please. I'm just waiting. People email in and say they'll make John a shirt. John gets shirts made for him. No one's ever made me.
Oh, no. Oh,
I'm not hinting,
no.
Amelia. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. And then the green.
The green. I like this one. I think this is really pretty, and it's got the same print on it, obviously, but it's just a bit softer and works as a real interesting background. Really pretty little white dots on that one. It's nice to see all the fabric and give it lots of time, isn't it? People can really appreciate it.
Well, absolutely. And the thing is too, I think, like I do what I do when I go into a quilt shop. I want to unfold the fabric. I want to stroke it. I want to lay it next to other fabrics. And we are the people that can do that. You can't do that at home.
You can't do it.
You're watching. You know, you can't do it on a computer screen. But I hope that we do.
You can bring it to life a
what
bit.
you would do at home. Yeah, that's right.
Bring it to life a bit.
It's lush. I tell you what, when you get this fabric home, you'll spend ages just stroking it because it's quilt weight cotton. But you've never felt anything like it. It's so high thread count. It is silky
really
feeling.
Smooth. It really is.
So smooth.
It really is. It's beautiful.
Delicious. Right, next up, we
do we
should do...
Oh, the little backs of the
backs of
postcards.
the postcards.
What colour are we going for?
Let's go navy first.
Navy first. This is what's fun as well, where you just come in and think, oh, I'll just throw a really random collage print in. Look at that. It's nice, isn't it?
But that, I could have said that was a Janet Clare from 1,000 Pieces. I don't know why, but But it says Janet Clare.
It's quite
to me.
abstract.
Yeah.
But subtle.
So clever. Love that. Love
Such a
that.
nice job.
Dress would be nice.
Dress would be lovely in that.
Really
Would.
nice. Any of
It
them,
would.
actually. If you like graphic, like two-colour quilts,
That's a brilliant stash.
You know, if you wanted just two fabrics, that and that, a 9-patch, a single Irish chain, that and that, you couldn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, because they're not completely plain.
No.
There's interest every step of the way.
Or snowballs, like positive and negative.
Yes.
Navy snowball, white corners,
Oh,
cream snowball, navy
yes,
corners,
that
and
would
then
be
sew them together in
gorgeous.
rows. Graphic, bold,
Yeah.
not a flower in sight, you know. The cream next.
The cream next.
Love that.
And you
too.
can see the subtle variation in the colours. They goes really pale in there. And they're almost identical to the back of the cards that I showed you. They're just so lovely to see. And a nice little scale. There you go.
Smashing. And now you've pointed out what it
actually
is. I can't not see it now. And then the jade green. Again, so beautiful. I love the fact that you've got, across the range, you've got a range of different colours. While that's there, I'm just going to grab a few of the other fabrics, not all of them, but just a few of them, because I also, Janet, I do love just a single colour in a quilt. And I just think you could...
There's
maybe a little bit of cream.
There's a lot of tonal range in there, isn't there?
Look at that. If you like, no, I don't do blue. I don't do blue. And Janet, I know this will come as a surprise to you, but I do sometimes get people say to me, I don't like blue. I never use blue in a quilt. And I'm like, I beg your pardon.
Pardon?
No, I get it. But look, just the greens. How stunning are they? I don't know why we didn't do a green bundle, because I think that would have... But anyway, there it is. You can still get all of these fabrics, do yourself a green bundle.
Yeah, there's a whole range of scale there and a whole range of tonal value as well. So that is literally, that's a perfect stash.
Love it.
Lovely stash.
Love it. And then the last ones. Oh, can we see the book?
The
Can we do
book.
the book.
Where is the book?
Let's do the book. The book. I've
We've got
it here.
samples there.
A field guide.
A field guide. Lots of little projects in here.
And we were talking, weren't we, Janet, about... Oh, sorry. No one needs my head in shot. We were talking about your books. And your books are not about using your fabric.
No, they're
which
not.
might come as a massive surprise to
they're
people. Because normally if a fabric designer writes a book, it's how to use my fabric in 20 ways. Yours doesn't use, so what is your?
None of my fabric in there because the fabric goes too quickly. So they are, I would wanted to write something that was just beautiful to my mind in its own right. So inspiration. This is the boys' curiosity cabinet.
Love that.
They are. Look, he's 22 and he's 19 now.
They look younger.
They do look younger there. This is the tree in the front garden. This is the curiosity cabinet, and it is filled with feathers, snail shells, you know, pebbles from beaches, things like that. And it was the idea that we all start collecting from the minute, you know, a little one works out what a pocket's for. You know, they're always gathering bits. Goes through the seasons of the years, and it's just full of lots and lots of ideas. So did you know that if you have nettles in your pocket, you won't be struck by lightning?
We can't guarantee that, by the way.
But I have never been struck by lightning wearing that cardigan.
Good.
So,
well, that's worth remembering. I think rather more importantly, the old soup hater here
Yes, I've got a recipe
has
for
actually
soup.
included a recipe for soup in her book.
but it's nettles, which appealed to me enormously to get the boys to eat the nettles. Tastes like spinach. It's nice.
Yeah. I've cooked them before. It's lovely. And you can use them to dye fabric.
Oh,
Nettles.
Yes.
So this is just...
It's
this is very personal.
inspiration, and it's got lots of projects in there. There's templates in there, and there's also cutting lists. So it's
pick that
very
back.
useful, but I really, really get the most enjoyment from my work, from taking an idea and feeling that whole inspiration and making something that's completely unique to me.
Yeah.
So the Moda fabric and the kits are fantastic. They are take the fabric, take the pattern, you make exactly the same thing. And the other stream to my business and my passion for this craft is that you take an idea and make something that's unique in the world.
I think
And that's
it's
what the
lovely.
books are about.
Can we just have a look at, can we have a look at this quilt?
Yep.
I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Very personal for you.
Yes.
But also incredible if you want to sort of explore different things, knitting, sewing, you know, embroidery, patchwork, bag making, it's all there.
And look at all the scraps. And it's also just noticing what's around you. You know, you've got beautiful things around you all the time. Inspiration's always there. And you've got the skills, and you can make something that people really treasure.
Really lovely. Can we have a
really
look at a few more, please?
This is one of the storytelling projects in the book, and that is, the idea was it was like a nature table. You know, in school they used to have nature tables.
Oh, yes.
So it's normally on a wooden frame, so that's why it's all been folded in. And then this is the sort of thing that I would teach on the workshops. So
These eggs.
the little
All the
eggs.
different kinds of eggs.
You come in, you do free motion, you do fusible applique, and then we start making little pictures. And what you do with a piece like this is you know where you're going to start, and you know that you're going to end up with a wall hanging. But what you don't try and do is nail every element down. You let things grow and develop, and you chase that inspiration as it finds you.
I think most of us need a hand to hold to do something like that.
And
You're an artist, you have an artist background, but the book is the hand to hold.
The book is the hand to hold, and so's workshops, and obviously there's thousands and thousands of tutorials online. You've seen loads of demos here on Sewing Street.
Yeah.
The skills are there. You just have to give yourself permission to sort of
Yeah.
make a mistake.
Wendy from Staffordshire's got in touch to say, love, love, love this book. It's my go-to book for inspiration. I always find a little project to do. Just got the Bluebell collection.
Oh.
How wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thank
How
you so much.
wonderful. This is
So, like-
absolutely
And it's unique.
fabulous. Yeah.
It's unique. This is a bit of bleach on some linen to make the moon cycle, bit of rust, little experiments that have gone well. And if it doesn't go well, you just very quietly put it in your recycling bin.
Is it stashed in your studio in a cupboard? You said you hide nothing.
Yes, yeah, you can see it all. You can see it all. And then this one always gets a lot of attention when I'm doing talks and things, because how many of us have got hundreds of old embroidered tablecloths?
Yes.
that are going all yellow down the creases. They don't fit any of the tables. So you can use them as the basis of a beautiful quilt. And how lovely would this be for a baby?
Oh, it's
You know,
gorgeous.
you've got a family embroidered tablecloth that you're not doing anything with, and add your own applique and elements to it. And it's the most delicious, soft,
It's
washed
gorgeous.
linen.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
So inspirations everywhere.
It's all in a field guide by Janet Clare. Get your copy. $16.99. There's absolutely loads in there. But also as well, if you just want to sit and look through something that will inspire you, charm you, invite you in, you know, just even the way that it's been set out is so different. It's as far away from, you know, use this fabric here.
Take that.
Sew 250 half square triangles.
Buy a
you know.
kit for that.
Yeah.
Buy
yeah,
a kit for that.
Of course, we do that.
Yeah.
It's got its
It's
place.
perfect, absolutely lovely. But this is a different, calmer, quieter, where you've got something that you feel you want to say and you can say it through textiles.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Definitely.
Now, just before we go, just want to mention the Trinkets kits one more time. Now, I've got one of the dark, and I've got a couple of the light. Now, just to show you the actual quilt, the dark one first, you get all your fabric, you get all of your printed foundations, all done for you on A3 paper. You get your pattern with your master as well. Here's the dark version. And you get an absolute stack of fabric. This fabrics collection was...
Collage.
Collage. Beautiful. Deep inky blues, fresh chartreuse, just lovely. 80 inches square, there's one left. And then the other version is the light version. We've got that one actually hanging in the studio. Again, in there, you get, is it 33?
There is 28
28.
pieces of paper.
28. 28 sets of foundations. You get all of your fabric for the top and the binding. It's 80 inches square, by the way, this quilt. And you get full instructions with a master copy of your foundations as well. It's all foundation pieced, very beginner friendly.
Very beginner friendly. Just get your head around foundation and you can make something that's pin sharp accurate.
And you get your bag, of course, as
Get
well.
the bag.
And you
turn
and
into a
Rachel,
cushion for
you
Rachel.
could turn it into a cushion. You could turn it into a cushion.
She's cheering. I can hear her cheering from here.
It's ringing in my ears. Oh,
What a day.
Janet.
It's been so lovely to see you.
You too. 2 fabulous years.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Can't wait to see what the next 2 years holds.
The next 2 years hold.
Don't forget,
Fabulous.
everyone who purchases is in with a chance of winning a piece of original art from Janet Clare. I'll announce the winner tomorrow. Janet, safe journey home.
Thank you.
And I
And
shall
you
see you
all.
soon.
Thanks ever so much.
Now, straight after the break, I've got Suzie Duncan back with an hour to finish like no other. We've got some fabulous bags, some fabulous kits, some fabulous fabrics. Don't go anywhere. See you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Everybody's laughing at me in here. It's awful. It's so good to be back.
Yeah, but I'd rather it was at you than me.
That's true. That is true. I'll take it.
At least this time I'm not in tears. So we're
Who's
all
this
good.
one? Look at Sue. What's she like? Suzie Duncan, everybody. Hello, you.
Sorry.
Really looking forward to this because I saw. Did you do this show with John?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I watched a bit of it. I was like, oh, I love that. It's the tulip bag. How cool are these? I'm just going to grab one.
I've made so many as well.
Cool. Love the interplay of fabric. fabric. Love this kind of asymmetric button, the two-tone strap as well. I just think it's ever so cool, really clever, stylish. Look. And also as well, it's sort of made almost like quilt style. So you're lining as you're making your outer. There's a lot about this bag, which is terrific, isn't there? I think I've been really looking forward to doing this hour. One of 2 bags that I've actually got. So stick around. Now, I've got 3 different kits to make the tulip bag. This one, I'll say it, it's my favourite. I just think it's lovely. You get your pattern for the tulip bag. It's beginner friendly, 9 inch high, 11.5 inches wide, 2 inches deep. And you get in your kit 3 fabrics. Isn't this summery, warm, joyful? I think it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got your sunflowers there. It's been a bit of a theme today. Your meadow flowers, your daisies, and this gorgeous kind of almost background print, but there's loads of lovely soft tones in there as well. So you're getting 1/2 metre of each, so 1.5 metres of fabric plus your pattern. The price is great. £28.99. Seems very reasonable to me. Very reasonable. You get your full instructions, everything's stepped out. Inside the bag itself, what have you used? What's the padding?
I've just used HR60, H640.
Story of my life.
Which we had on the previous hour, which is why I said,
Yeah.
oh, that's what you need next
Like
time.
that fusible fleece.
Yeah, that fusible fleece.
H640, bro. Could you substitute quilt batting?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do that frequently. And you just use quilt basting spray or 505 spray
Yeah.
to adhere it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't move around when you first start quilting.
Could you pin it and quilt it or?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
you could. You can go to town on this one.
Now, I mentioned earlier on our early bird. In fact, do we still have the early bird? The seam batting tape. I said then it would be a great opportunity to use your bits and bobs
Yeah.
of batting up, all your bits and bobs of H640, fuse them together with the batting tape and use them in a bag. If you missed the early bird, it should be £10.99. We're crashing it. It's £8.99 today for 9.1 metres. Thank you, Kat. Amazing. 9.1 metres. It's a Bozel product. It's like, it almost looks like a wide ribbon of net curtain almost.
Yeah.
It's that kind of
I know
sheer.
what you
There it
mean,
is.
yeah.
It's fusible on one side. You just put it over your batting. I like to use a pressing cloth. I'll be honest, I
Yes.
don't iron directly onto batting. I put a pressing cloth over the top and iron. Just match your iron temperature to the batting. So if you're using a pure cotton batting, you can go hotter. If you're using a poly batting or H640, use a one spot. And it fuses it together. And then you could use it for your bags. Anyway, I digress.
But that
That's,
would be perfect.
wouldn't it?
Perfect
Yeah,
for
you know,
this,
don't throw
yeah.
these bits away. So that's our first kit. Our second kit, we've got these lovely lilacs. Is this a little bit of Liberty?
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Not the plain, but
No,
the two
but
are,
these two.
Yes.
This is very pretty.
They were from Pebble, I believe.
And also as well, you know, I think this bag would be gorgeous for a wedding.
Yes.
You imagine that as your day bag for a wedding. You'd get all your bits and bobs in there.
Yeah.
And these colours are so, I think these are real like mother of the bride colour.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Pretty, you know?
Yeah.
There's like soft, gorgeous, elegant.
Yeah.
Just lovely. But also as well, actually, this is a full-sized bag for a small person.
Absolutely.
You know, and I think that's really
Yeah.
fun as well. If you wanted to make it for or with,
Bridesmaids.
yeah, bridesmaid, your 10-year-old, your 13-year-old. I think it's gorgeous.
One lady's put on social media because she bought the pattern last time
Mm-hmm.
and she made them and then bought a tulip plant
Oh.
and gave it in the bag.
Oh,
which I thought was
nice.
a really lovely
oh,
idea.
nice. As gifting.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
I like to make a bag to gift rather than then it's a double whammy, isn't it?
Too.
Double whammy.
Because I'm useless at wrapping presents.
Oh no, I love a wrap. Oh, I love wrapping presents.
Where were you in December?
Well, I told you, I'm going to set up shop outside.
Yeah, do it.
I
Whatever you
absolutely love
charge,
it.
just take my money.
It's-
You get all the fabric, you get your pattern as well. $28.99. This is Liberty. This is Liberty. Really, really good value. And then this last version. Now this is a bit cool actually, because this is William Morris. Okay, you've got. Now it's not. What's it called? This? It's not cotton canvas.
No.
It's got a different name.
I don't know, but it's quite a heavy weave. I mean, it almost looks like Ada.
Yeah. It'll come to me, or someone will remind me. But that is almost like a cotton canvas.
Yeah.
And then this fabric is actually a waterproof William Morris. Waterproof. Panama, thank
Panama,
you.
yes.
Yes, this is called Panama fabric. It's not cotton fabric. The snake's head forest. And that's
is
the
cool.
Panama. Say, snake's head forest. If you need to find me, I shall be delving into the snake's head forest. Then this one's
I
waterproof.
feel like we should be firing bows and arrows.
I agree. I agree. So that's a bit different. So that's cool for a bag, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Beautiful. And then you've got your
Great.
mottle.
White clean.
Yeah, yeah. So a little lunch bag.
Yes.
I brought lunch to the office.
That would be a perfect lunch bag.
Yeah.
And if you use the insulated Bozel wadding that we had on earlier,
course.
perfect. Or to carry your takeaway home in.
I don't eat takeaways.
No, I
Susie.
can tell.
My body's it's shaped like the Taj Mahal.
Elite takeaways only.
Polytherm fleece. That's the one. That's
Yes.
the one that's like tin foil
Yeah.
lined. That's the one. Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Or like we sometimes get the rotisserie chicken. I mean, it'd be a bit of a
Chicken in
fancy
a bag as opposed to chicken in a basket. The legs would stick out the top. That would look awful.
Legs akimbo. I brought a chicken. All right, fair enough. Not every idea can land.
But if you don't put the handles on,
Yes.
it would also make a good storage pod.
Yes, it would. It's great. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it, love it, love it. It's brilliant. Right, so they're the 3 kits. You can also get the pattern on its own. Let's give you the details for that. It's the Tulip bag. I think it's brilliant. It's a bit different, isn't it? It's a tote bag in a sense, but it's much more elegant, much more shapely. You could have this as your evening bag. There's only 23 of the pattern left, Susie. It's been flying out.
Oh my goodness.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Well, when I saw the show you did with John, I thought, this is fab. I love it. I love it. And when I heard that we were doing the bag today, I just thought, that's fab. I mean, look how pretty. How pretty. And can you imagine the bridesmaids or you at the wedding with this for your things? I keep mentioning weddings, Susie, because I'm actually going to a wedding on Saturday.
Oh, how exciting.
I am. Bethan's getting married to
Oh,
Rob.
that's very exciting.
Very excited. I love a wedding.
I do.
And Charlie and I are so thrilled to be going.
That is lovely, isn't it?
Although we've both got to think about scrubbing ourselves up,
Yeah.
because we don't normally.
No. I think we also fell out of the habit of that with COVID, didn't we?
Yes.
No, that was a while ago now.
Yes, of dressing up.
But yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
there's that.
We were.
I've got 13 of that pattern left. It's going to sell out. It's going to go. It's
I
gonna
have
go.
made so many of them.
Oh,
and they're
can
really
imagine.
quick makes. Really quick makes.
Well, I love the fact that, as I say, it's almost made sort of quilt style-y, but you don't have to bind the edges. But you've got the outer and the line. You know as well, sometimes, quite often in fact, a bag with a loose lining can be a bit sad and saggy inside, you know?
I know how it feels.
Well, me too. Was it... Was it on the Raggy Dolls? There was a character called Sad Sack.
Oh, really? Oh,
Sad
that's
sack.
horrible.
Do you remember?
Can they do that?
Sad
Oh,
sack.
no, I don't. Oh, no.
Do you remember this? Are you humming the song now?
That's horrible.
Raggy dolls, made imperfectly. Da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. But no Sad Sack.
No.
Love the design, says. I can't read that, it's too small. Anita, who's in Greater London. Love the
Borrow the
design.
glasses again.
Would it be possible to scale it up from the fat quarters to make a larger bag or storage?
Yes, you could. You're just gonna. I would, rather than do it in a complete circle, I would end up doing. You'd have to do more than a semicircle because of the seam allowance, because this works on a 20-inch circle,
Right.
and you're going to struggle to get fabric.
Wide enough,
Wide
you mean?
enough.
I suppose if you use extra wide, or you could piece the fabric.
You could piece the fabric.
Well, let's
yeah.
see how it's made, and
Actually,
then
I tell you what, it would be a fantastic quilt as you go if
Yeah.
you did it with
Yes.
pieces of fabric.
yeah.
Because that's how I would do it if I wanted it bigger. Do a quilt as you go version. That would be really cool. But you could do it in semicircles. If you broke it down much more, it's a bit pointless because the whole idea was that it was a quick and easy project.
Yeah. Jennifer, no, we can't flash the pattern so you can see the steps. You have to buy the pattern.
Nice try, though.
No, but you
nice
are
try.
going to show us how you make the bag.
Well, yes, I've done a bit in advance, obviously, because we've got another bag to do. So I've got to the point where I've cut my circles, and in the pattern it tells you a tip for making a 20-inch circle out of
Yeah.
a piece of paper. So you haven't got to have a 20-inch circle template.
Fair enough. Good, yes.
But you will use that. That you will use to cut your. I use this to cut my interfacing, whatever I'm using. Usually I use H640 or my 80/20 cotton. And then that I apply to the back of my pieced fabric, because you're going to piece your fabric first. If you want the pieces to be opposites, like they are in the sample, sorry.
I'll just move that out of the way so you can breathe. There you go, carry on.
If you want to have the fabric, so that when you're finished, the fabrics are opposite each other, then make sure you put your fabrics together in the same order on the side. And reverse it when you come to this stage, which we're at now. So I'm going to move that because the air conditioning's blowing it around. How far you overlap them will determine how wide you end up.
Oh, I can see now. It's all
bag.
suddenly making sense.
Yeah.
I get it. Oh, it's so clever, Susie, you little genius, you.
Well, I'm not going to take full credit for this one.
Well, you brought it to Sewing Street. I love it.
It was a card fold I used to do years ago.
Wasn't it? No, but this is the smart thing. But like, Pauline Wheeler, our lovely Pauline.
Yeah.
She's spent her whole life making cards, as you have too.
Yes.
And she now has discovered sewing.
Yeah.
More latterly than you, of course. But she's bringing a card-making aesthetic and sense. You're doing the same. I think that's so fabulous.
But it's just a origami, but with fabric.
Clever, really clever.
So that's how it will end up. So you need to sort of work with it a bit before you stitch anything to make sure you're happy with the sizing. I've stitched 2 tabs into this one.
Oh, you little
on opposite
minx.
sides.
2?
Because I'm going to have a button either side, because I thought that would be a cool feature.
Say, that's extra.
I know. Just because I could.
Yeah.
But
Someone's feeling flush. Buttons.
no, it was a challenge. You challenged me, and I made them.
Oh, you did?
I made them.
Very good.
So what we're going to do now is stitch along this edge, this curved edge, but you're going to only stitch where they overlap.
Okay.
great opportunity to use decorative stitches because you will see these, so why not make them fancy
Agreed.
Nancy?
Would you use a walking foot for this?
I will indeed,
Yeah.
because you've got 2 layers of wadding as
Yep.
well as 4 layers of fabric.
I mean, even something like the triple stitch, if
Yeah.
you like the look of a straight stitch, but you want to make a little more
Yeah.
of it. I like doing that on a bag.
Yeah, that's
sometimes.
quite nice. Yeah, that is a nice one. But that's what you're going to do around here. I mean, my favourite go-to, yeah, my favourite go-to. Sorry, they've just found my sample for the next show.
Yay. Oh, that's
Cat's
so
a
pretty.
genius. Cat's a genius.
She is.
What you want to make sure is everything lines up, because if it doesn't line up at this stage, you're going to have a lot of horrid unpicking to do. So just get it in place, pin it in place so it doesn't wriggle around. That's why the magic pins are perfect for this, because they're really nice and long. So they'll go through all the layers.
Yeah.
And you know I do love a magic pin.
Oh, yes. I think we're all discovering magic pins,
Yeah,
actually,
you see,
Susie,
I should have
thanks
kept
to
it
you.
a secret, shouldn't I?
You're not like that.
No, I don't. I like to share. So I haven't tried this out, so perhaps I ought to do that on a scrap of fabric. That might be an idea, mightn't it? Here's one. So I've just set the machine. I'm just going to check that it does what I think it's supposed to do. Oh yeah, that'll do. That'll be fine.
That'll do. Yeah, that'll do.
Oh, but don't you... I hate waste, so I just think, oh, I need to try it, but oh, I don't want to do too much because I don't want to waste it.
You know, I sometimes reach for a bit of fabric in my sewing
Yeah.
room, and I think, oh, I'll just test the stitch, and I think, oh no, that's a really nice piece of fabric.
Yeah.
I'm not sewing on that.
So I keep, I've got a storage tub that I've made that is all little scraps that I can't throw away. Most of them are Liberty, to be fair, because they're Liberty.
Yeah.
But they're big enough to try stitching, but not big enough to do much else with, unless I'm doing doll's house stuff, which doesn't happen often.
We've just done a quick search on the internet, Susie, and it's actually illegal to throw Liberty fabric away.
Is it? It is in my
Carries a
house.
prison sentence.
Yeah, it is in
So
my
just
house,
as well you didn't.
definitely. Yeah. Right. So you carefully slow round at a slow speed.
Oh yeah, no, I could see how slowly you did that. Thanks.
Oh.
Or just whiz round.
Or
the
whiz
day
round,
about,
yes. But to be fair, it's quite a quick one to do, and I love that. It looks like it's been mattress sutured,
Oh yeah.
which I really, I know, it's a former life.
Just made it
You know,
sound
I'm
a bit
just a
creepy.
My former life is somewhat
Sutured.
creepy. Somewhat creepy. Right, so now we're going to turn this over, and this is where the fun starts. We're going to sew across here, but not... You can sew all the way along if you want to. It's up to you, but you don't have to. You can just sew between the 2 arcs if you wanted to. I'm going to go all the way across because
Is
it's
that on the
just
base?
as easier. It is on. Yeah, I flipped it over from the side.
Got you.
We were on. So this will become the lining side.
Oh, I see.
But actually, the bag is reversible because your tabs are put into the seam. You can flip it through. But the other thing is the handles. If you want to make it reversible, put the handles in as you sew the seams on your
Oh, that's a good idea,
circles.
because on the bag that I've got here, you've sewn them sort of on the outside.
They're on the outside, so it makes it less reversible. It's a slightly dodgy reverse, if you think
Yeah,
that way.
although I'm just going to turn it through and just see how it looks, because I don't think it would be... I think they'd still work
Yeah,
perfectly well.
yeah, they're just sort of dangling
Just be-
between.
Yeah.
So what I'm just doing
The only thing
is-
you'd have to do, you'd perhaps just bind that seam at the edge where you've boxed the corner.
Yeah.
Just bind
Yeah.
that, or you could even
Yeah.
just
Oh, what
tack
I
that
normally do is
down.
tack it in.
Yeah.
I think that was the other thing I was supposed to do when I got here this morning.
Thank you for the fruitcake, by the way.
It's all right.
Amazing. Susie always bakes.
I try. I'm very trying. So what I've found is the centre line, and you can draw it in or you can just wing it. That doesn't look like the centre line to me. Why is my ruler moved? Let me just do that again. Rather than do that, I'm going to get a pen out, and if you go in with your pen at the top, that'll do it. And then I can mark it. So you can choose, you can either go all the way across, or you can just do the middle bit. Okay. And we're going to stitch across there, and that will then create that pleated bit, yeah? It's going from that side, it's flatter. And this time I'm going to do a straight stitch, but a longer stitch length because we're going through a lot of layers. So I've gone up to 3 on this occasion.
While Susie sews this, I just want to remind you, I've got a couple of Brother NV2700 combined sewing machine and embroidery machine. These are incredible machines. We did a £500 price drop yesterday, just till midnight. Well, it wasn't supposed to be brought back today, but I stamped my size 4 foot on the ground and said no. It was like a little pony going like this. I said no. I want that deal today. And so we're doing it just till midnight tonight, £500 off, £1,999. That's for an amazing sewing machine that also converts into an amazing embroidery machine, 2 massive hoops, so you can do massive embroideries. It's Wi-Fi enabled, so you don't even need a memory stick. You can just transfer designs from internet straight onto your machine or off your mobile phone. You can download the Art Spirit app from Brother. You can scan, you can put your own like drawings into your embroidery machine and embroider them. Also, if you have got USBs from other, you've been given or you've had an embroidery machine before, it's also got a USB port. So you can put that in as well, but it's got that connectivity. It's amazing. And it's £500 off today. But I won't be stamping my foot for tomorrow because I think that will be pushing my luck. So tomorrow it won't be at that price, but today till midnight it is. And also actually we've only got a couple left, so there is that as well. When they've sold out, that's it.
Okay, so what I've done is folded my bag in half. I'm throwing clips.
So is this right sides together?
This is right sides together.
Okay.
So you want to just make sure that they all match up, and then I know we've got another bag to fit in, haven't we? So I won't carry on with this one.
Those clips, by the way, that Susie's using, I mean, a bag maker's essential, a quilt is essential.
Yeah.
Also really good if you're sewing with things like PU or oilcloth or cork, where you
Leather.
don't want to pin. Leather,
Yeah. Absolutely. Any
or
of
just
those
really
things.
thick layers.
Yeah. Really good for vinyl as well, because again, they don't mark it. Also good for card making.
Yes.
Holding things together.
Yeah. Also as well, they're not unattractive. So if you wanted to use them, say, like on a notice board, or you could use them on a ribbon to pin, like almost bunting.
Photos.
Or photos.
Yeah. I use them for photo walls, for events where it's short-term stuff.
Have you seen this man?
Yeah. Yeah. There's quite a few of those. So I know we want to move on. So what you would then do is...
I don't want to move on, Susie.
You don't want to do Pebble?
I'm happy right here, right now with you.
Well, we need to do Pebble
We
as well,
do.
don't we? But you'd be sewing down those sides, and because they're already sealed, you haven't got to then bind them, which is really cool. Then you get the choice on how much you want to box the bottom, and when you come to do the bottom, all you're literally going to do is open up the side seam and the bottom seam into that triangle and stitch across wherever you want. And then because it's already sealed, rather than cut and open up that seam.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. What I would do is, if I can just borrow that green one back
Yeah,
again.
of course.
Actually, I could show you on this one. What I've done is sewn it down inside. Now, I did hand sew it. I just tack, oh, that one I've just undone. You tack it into the seam.
Got you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then it will just hold its shape, but it'll also mean that it gives it a bit more of a square bottom to stand
Delightful.
on and reinforce
Delightful.
it.
Love it.
So yeah, so that's that. The handles, I just made two-tone, because I love a two-tone handle. And when you decide where you want them positioned, but you put the raw edge near to, but not at the top of the bag, flip it over and do your sort of boxy cross
Oh, so
thing.
it's almost French seam.
Absolutely. So you don't see it, but it's double, because it's double thickness, it's really sturdy, really sturdy.
Yeah, that's a really good, yeah.
But just remember not to twist it as you go. Keep it the right way round. And that's it. And then
Fab.
if you're doing buttons, just add your buttons on, or you can do a magnetic clasp. Don't do nothing if you don't want.
Very classy. Really like that,
That's that one.
Susie.
Good.
Fab. That's the tulip bag. Do we
Right.
have any of the patterns left? All sold out on the patterns, but we've got some great value kits that include 3.5 meters of fabric, so grab yourself one of those. Now, the second bag that we're going to do, I like having the little hanger.
It's quite cool, isn't it?
Let me just, we're going to do the pebble bag.
We're not going to do the entire bag.
Oh, did that well, didn't I? Right, so here's the pebble bag. So this is almost like a satchel style, isn't it? Or,
Yes.
a messenger bag style.
Yeah.
So you've got the flap at the front, which has a magnetic snap on it. You've got some piecing in both the flap and the front and back of the bag. Just really lovely. Little D-rings at the side as well for the handle, for the shoulder strap. Now, I've got a few different kits for this. Let's start with purple. This is absolutely delightful. You get your design, you get your pattern for the pebble bag. Absolutely loving these. This is a bit of Lewis and Irene, isn't it? So you've got, quantity-wise, how much of the purple do we get?
It should be
Is that half metre?
Yeah.
Half a metre. And then you've got 4 fat quarters of these beautiful Lewis and Irene sort of sea-themed fabrics. You've got jellyfish, you've got, these are sand dollars and crabs, you've got little maybe sort of meadow flowers, and then you've got whales and turtles and a mermaid and seahorses. Did you know male seahorses give birth?
Yes, I do.
They do, Rachel.
And actually,
they
make
do.
the best parents as well of all the
Really?
sea life kingdom.
I suppose it's got to happen once. Well, there we go.
I can't comment.
Who knew? Yeah, there we go.
Then comment.
Nature is a wild and wonderful thing. It really is. It really is. Anyway, that's really cool. So you get 1.5 meters of fabric in total, 4 fat quarters, half a metre of your lining, plus your instructions for £28.99. I think that's a bargain. That's option 1. Now option 2, ooh, love this. Love this. This is kind of, again, Lewis and Irene. It's celestial. You've got your navy, half metre. This is absolutely gorgeous. Gold accents. Your gold accented bumbleberries with little stars. You've got your clouds, sort of almost like Chinese clouds. And then you've got your celestial bodies. Isn't that cool? Love that.
I love the metallic that pops through on those.
Ooh, me too. Because this could be a lovely bag for taking out of an evening, couldn't it? That's option 2, Earth, Wind and Fire. And then your third option is a riot of beautiful colour. So you've got your pattern for the pebble bag. You've got half a metre of white solid for your lining, a nice crisp, bright white. And then look at these. Absolutely beautiful, joyous. And I'm just going to open them up a little bit so you can just see a little bit more. It's kind of, look, beautiful bouquets of flowers and almost like little rainbows. Isn't that cute? Really nice. You've got that jade green, you've got the blue, a vibrant magenta, and this sort of purplish pink. So 4 fat quarters. I mean, every single one of these bags is going to look totally different, isn't it? Is this beginner friendly?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, it's straight seams. There's
Good.
nothing dodgy.
Regular piecing?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Lovely.
And
Danny's got in touch, who's in Surrey, who says, I love this bag. I've made 5 so far.
wow.
That's obsession. I love it. My first one was the kit you had by your side on the table, Stuart. Oh, this one.
Or was it this bag or was it the tulip bag?
Oh, maybe the tulip.
Yeah, maybe the tulip.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 I mean, amazing. Well,
It could have been this one though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this was done for the Pebble collection for Liberty.
oh,
That's
send us
why
a
I
pic
did
if you can.
And that's
Danny.
why I called it Pebble.
Yeah, I love it. I love that when you get a pattern like Danny did, you know, where you sort of, I love this, I love this,
Yeah.
I need to make more. Love that.
Yeah.
Right, what can you show us?
So the bag comprises 3 quilt blocks in effect. And the pattern is written so that you can either make it into the messenger style bag that I have, or you can create 2 cushions. 2 cushion covers.
Oh, yeah, that's
so
a nice
you just
idea.
do 2 of the blocks. So I've already pieced together one of them for us, so you can see the, you know, the really vibrant fabrics, and I
Ooh,
think
love
that just makes
that.
an amazing cushion cover, and you can see the dash line coming through. And then because obviously everyone has a cushion different sizes, I've suggested how to accommodate the different size you might want using your fabrics by adding extra borders and things. So if I was to make this into the cushion cover, I would add the plain border, a narrow one, and then I'd have one of the colour Fancy Nancy borders, probably the purpley colour,
Lovely.
to bring it all together. So that I've pieced that just to explain that. But I'm going to run through the piecing the other block for
So that's what goes on the front flap.
So
It's
that-
almost like a log cabin, isn't
so
it?
yeah, that's yeah, I've called it concentric pebbles. Because it was supposed to be pebble dash, a pebble design. So you've got your middle square, and then you're just going to stitch.
Just watch your head,
My
Susie.
head,
Sorry,
yeah.
thank you.
You're going to stitch to the top. Now, what I love about these fabrics is, although they are directional, because they are so busy,
Yeah.
you can get away with
Yes,
however you like, which is why for a beginner they're absolutely perfect, because you've not got that worry about, is it the right way up, is it the right way up, am I cutting it the right way? It doesn't matter. But we're going to stitch 1/4 inch. That does matter. So if you are new to quilting and patchwork, may I suggest that the thing you practice for a couple of hours with bits, just any old bit of fabric, bed sheet will do, cut it straight and practice your 1/4 inch seam. Know exactly how your machine does a 1/4 inch best. Because once you've nailed that, the frustrations of things not quite matching up goes out the window, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The other thing you will need whilst you're doing this is your iron by the side of you. So set yourself up an ironing station, because you need to iron as you go. Oh, she says, what's switched on? Has it switched itself on? Did you switch it off because you were warm enough?
No.
We'll wait for a few seconds for it to warm up. But you need to press as you go, because it is a concentric and circular design. You have to press the seams out, because you're going to add a wider piece of fabric to it.
Got you.
Yeah,
I suppose this is where that accuracy is important, because
absolutely.
your pieced
Yeah.
block has to then be the same size as your strip.
Yes. I mean, the alternative is not to cut down your pieces to the length
No.
measurement, and then just stitch them on, and then cut them after you've pressed. So, but you'll waste more fabric.
Yeah,
that
and
way.
also there's no guarantee that the thing you finish up with will be square,
Absolutely.
straight, or even the right size. Probably not.
Perhaps wonky bags are in vogue. I don't know. It's for your wonky sandwich.
No.
So I'm just pressing that out, and that completes our first square. So what we want to do now is to take the corners off, having done all that work. So I've already marked all my little squares with one diagonal line, and I'm just going to pick 4 of the corners.
Yeah, again, just watch your head there. If you move everything further up, that's
There you go.
ace.
We good?
Yeah.
So the diagonal's running from towards the centre of the block out to the sides, so top left to bottom right. You can pin it if you like, or you can put a little bit of Soline glue pen on here to hold it. It's up to you. Because they're so small, I don't tend to do that. I just tend to wing it. So I'm now going to apply that to each of the corners, 1 per corner.
So do you do that on all 4 corners?
All 4 corners.
While you do that, I'm just going to mention
Yeah.
pattern on its own for the pebble bag. £9.99, great value, because you've got your quilt blocks in there, how to make them into a bag, lots of techniques as well. That's a smashing pattern from Susie. And I've also had a request from Margaret, who says, can you show what is available on the tulip bag, please? Great show. Thank you, Margaret. So, just quickly recap what's available. So we've got 3 different kits with the tulip bag. You can't get the pattern on its own, but I think you know that. There's the yellow version. So here's the yellow version. So 3.5 meters. This is my favourite. Gorgeous sunflowers, daisies, and just that lovely soft sunshiny yellow. Just think it's gorgeous for the summer. Plus your pattern. 1.5 meters of fabric there as well. The second option is the green. Now this is the one that's got some Panama, which is a bit like a cotton canvas. You've got waterproof fabric, both William Morris, plus your mottle, that's a cotton, £24.99 for that. And that was the version that Susie made. And then the third option has some lovely Liberty. This is that lovely sort of soft, gentle pastel. So you've got the roses on a blue-grey. You've got the sort of traditional, very Liberty print, this one, isn't it? It's unmistakably Liberty. And then you've got the lilac for your lining or your accent colour. So those are the 3 options, Margaret. Hope that helped. How are you getting on, Susie?
I'm all right.
On to the next round.
I've gone on to the next round. So I'm applying them in the same order on the square as I started. So if you do sides first, keep going for sides first.
Yes.
Because it just makes it a neater finish. It's not essential. It just looks a bit neater when it's done.
I really like how those fabrics are coming together in that block.
Yeah.
Would you just bring that slightly higher for me, please? Thank you. That's really fun. I like that.
And I chose to use the white to take the corners, snowball corners. Because you've got enough fabrics there, you can play around. You don't have to follow my cutting guide. As long as you've got all the pieces, ultimately, cut them from whichever you want. If you want to have, use all your plain for the lining and the underside of the bag, rather than have a piece of the decorative.
Yes.
That gives you scope to use the decorative somewhere else.
Oh, it would. Or, Susie, as I mentioned earlier, your embroidery
Yeah,
machine.
absolutely. Go for it.
The other thing is as well, I often say this, please don't feel constrained because you bought a kit.
No.
It's like, I have to use these fabrics and these only. If you've got a gorgeous bit of bright jade green batik in your stash, get it in the bag. If you've got a little bit of neon pink solid, get it in the bag. Why not? Make yours different.
Absolutely.
Don't.
Yeah. And that's why I always say with my patterns, mine is an idea.
Yeah.
It's not cast in stone.
No.
It's just something I, you know, wanted to make because it was useful for me, and I found it worked.
Yeah.
So yeah, feel free to experiment, and we love to see what you do as
Yes,
well,
definitely.
because we're all learning, and we all have different uses for things and reasons to make things.
Well, Susie, Festival of Quilts is coming up, isn't it? On the
It
1st,
is.
2nd, 3rd and 4th of August. I'll be there every day. Will you be there?
I am there every day.
Yay! Are you? On a
Yeah.
stand or
I
visiting?
am on a stand.
Are you?
I am.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
Yeah. I have
NEC,
been asked
Birmingham,
to- yeah.
1st to the 4th of August. Premier quilt show for Europe. And, I mean, just see, I love to see what everyone brings. Usually
Absolutely.
bags or clothing.
Yeah.
You know, that you've made, because it's quite difficult to take a quilt, isn't it, to a quilt show. But so many of you bring the bags that
yeah.
you've made. I love it.
I find it one of the most inspirational
Oh,
few days
Amazing.
of the year, because people really do see it as an occasion to showcase.
they
don't
really
and
do.
I love it.
They really do.
So the bit
I
you-
do.
When you've put those corners on, you're going to cut them edges off again
Yeah.
to about 1/4 inch. Now you can accurately do this by all means if you want to with a rotary cutter and a ruler, but hey, I can guesstimate 1/4 inch, and then these can go in your scrap box for stuffing,
Yes, good.
because a cushion stuffed with other bits of fabric, cotton fabric, will wash far better than one stuffed with polyester film,
Really, that's a
Yeah.
good tip.
because everything shrinks at the same rate.
Yeah.
But also a cotton filled, or you know, a fabric filled cushion is far more supportive because it doesn't
Yes.
squish.
No, that's true.
So I've made myself several, because I have several. I have back
great
issues.
tip.
So yeah,
It's a
that's
great
what I do
tip.
all the time.
We have a question, Susie.
Yes.
Can you use the round placemats to make the tulip bag? Ooh.
Well, I don't see why not.
Lisa.
Don't
You
see why
smarty
not.
pants.
Yeah.
What a clever idea.
Absolutely. The only thing I would
Smaller.
say,
They'll be smaller.
they will be smaller, and also they are gonna. That particular product is quite hard to fold. So if I was going to do it, I would probably use them to make a caddy rather than a bag. It would be quite crunchy sound. It'd be like carrying around cornflakes, I think.
Susie, you've bumped into me enough times when I've
Yeah.
been wandering around
Fair
with a
enough.
bag
Well, that's
full
why I
of
looked at you.
cornflakes. You know.
That well-known accessory.
Yeah. Christine says, am I at Festival of Quilts with my lovely hubby? He was talking to my hubby for ages last year. Well, Christine, Charlie will be there, I think on the Sunday, definitely.
Excellent.
So it helps me break down. But also my lovely friends Maxine and Amanda will be there.
Very good.
With some sewing. Maxine does amazing stained glass.
Oh, does she? Oh,
She's
that's
doing
so
some
clever.
amazing stained glass panels and brooches and other things that she'll be selling at the festival.
Wow.
That will be cool.
Yeah.
And then my friend Lynn will be there. I'm going to have my new fabric range, my new book, and my new yarn range. It's going to be super
Gosh, you're going to
cool.
be super busy.
I hope so. I hope so. Lots of cuddles and hugs, please.
Yeah.
Feel free to bring cake. Let me show you. I've got a few other things.
And I'll just do these corners.
Now, I've got some magnetic snaps. You do need a magnetic snap for this bag.
Well,
and I've got two
if you
options.
choose to do.
Yeah, for the closure.
Yeah.
I've got a gunmetal. Here's the gunmetal, $1.99.
Oh, that.
And it's one of the nice chunky ones. I love these. So you get the 2 halves plus your washers. They're ever so easy to fit. I've done a little video. We've also got silver D-rings. These are 1-inch aperture and they're real nice chunky. Aren't they? Great quality. You get a pair for $1.99. Then I've got gold magnetic snap. Who doesn't love gold? Actually, I never wear gold jewellery. White gold, but not gold gold. but I do like using gold metalware in bags. It all depends on the colour of the fabric for me. And then I've got gold D-rings as well, gold-coloured D-rings, I should say.
Yeah, they're not.
5 gold rings. Oh, I say, look, that's a bit of bling, isn't it? Rawr.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. So that's that.
That would look good with the yellow.
Oh, it would. Oh, let me just show you. That's a lovely idea. Look.
That would look amazing with that.
Yeah, the gold with that's
Yeah,
smashing.
that or the gunmetal, I would.
Yeah, yeah, really nice. Right, what's the other thing? I don't have that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This piece. Yes. So I've got, so this is 1/2 metre. 1/2 metre. Now, I just wanted to point this out because earlier on we had a pack which had got 38 inches by 58 inches, which is almost double this for £21. So this is £13.99 for 1/2 metre. So it depends how much you need. So this is great, and this is the double-sided. But we did have a pack earlier on that had almost double the quantity in. So I just thought I'd mention that. I can't buy enough in our form.
Yeah, it's really good product.
Brilliant.
If you want a bag to hold its shape,
Yeah.
it's the absolute perfect
Yeah,
bag.
it's fab.
Yeah.
It's fab.
And
yes,
actually for
it's
some-
that one. 36 by 58. Yeah, you don't get the pattern for that bag.
And actually for this bag, if you used in our form, for the actual bag bit, not necessarily the flap, it would make a really good tablet.
Oh, yeah, it'd be lovely
Carrying.
protective, wouldn't it?
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, like that. Very nice.
So I've added my last snowballs. So I thought these ones I would trim with the rotary cutter so people could see you can do either. And of course you can do an extra line of stitching and then you've got half square triangles.
Oh, yes, bonus.
If you wanted to.
I absolutely love that combination of fabrics. Could we just put the details for that kit up, please, Rachel? That's the, I don't know if it's Jennifer Paganelli or
I don't
who
know,
the
there's nothing on
designer
the
is.
There's nothing on the selvage
Oh,
that I
who,
had.
sorry? Carolyn Gavin, like it, very nice. The Carolyn Gavin, £28.99. That's 4 fat quarters, 1/2 metre of white, plus the pattern for the pebble bag for £28.99.
I just press it out.
Let's have a little look
You'll
at that
get-
block. That is gorgeous. I want to make the quilt. I love to make the bag, but I want to make the quilt
quilt
now
would look
too.
amazing,
Have a
yeah.
look at this, folks.
Look.
That is absolutely
Put the two
just a little
together.
bit lower. Thank you. That's lovely. Really nice. I need to do the menu for tomorrow.
It will be a
Susie.
definite statement bag when you
It
finish.
really would. We'll see you coming. We want that at festival, don't we? Now, the menu for tomorrow. Let me tell you what's happening. I'm back tomorrow. We start at 8 a.m. with fabulous fabrics, say no more. At 9 o'clock, Yvonne McAtamney is here with month number 3 of Impressions of Japan, Block of the Month programme. It is stunning. We're so enjoying seeing your versions. At 10 o'clock, Adam Brooks is in the house with the Sussex seamstress Selmston jacket. That is a lot of in one sentence. At 11 o'clock, Yvonne is back with Village Fabrics marbled windows. And then at 12 o'clock, it's the Essential Guide to Pattern Making book with Adam Brooks. That is going to be a phenomenal day. Talking of phenomenal days, massive, massive thank you to you, Susie.
Thank you.
For being here this morning,
very
for being
much.
wonderful. To Janet Clare, of course, as well, for
Yes,
celebrating her 2nd birthday with us here at Sewing Street. And also, most importantly, to you for joining us here. It wouldn't be the same without you. We wouldn't be here without you. So thank you for that. I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Enjoy the rest of World Mushroom Day. And, you know, just have a think about tea. I'm thinking
Mushroom
risotto. Hey, I'm so there. See you tomorrow.